morning. Boy, I do look a little rough. I got burnt yesterday. Real good. Mm, real sunny out. My feet are red as fuck. It's sore. Like a brand new virgin sunburn and shit. I was like, oh, damn, I could have conditioned my feet a little better for this. Because, I mean, most of me just got dark. But my face took a beating yesterday from the sun. Zzz, in the sky. Sat and watched sunset and sunrise out here with a native man helping him set up his tent. It's a different time. So there's rules we were given, and that's good. Easy to follow. Basically, respect. Keep your mouth shut. Absolutely. So I respected and kept my mouth shut all day and watched full round of Sundance. Almost died. I mean, like, not really. Not really almost died. I mean, like, I didn't eat anything yesterday. They call it fasting. I've always been a complainer about it, and, like, I haven't done it in decades. I haven't gone a day without eating unless I was absolutely ill. You guys need to stop right now. Chico, you're not going to do this all day. Sit and get this going. No. No. Sugar, you get down or I'll tie you down. Down. You, down. No. 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 Lay down. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. The blind deaf dog wants to bark at everything. Hang on, I've got to fucking curtail this. Look, Chico, you're getting this bullshit started again already. I ain't having it, man. Fuck all of y'all. Fuck you. You get over there on that, you get over here on this chair. Right now. You get on the other side of that curtain, we're going to have problems, Chico. Mm-hmm. Good morning. So, I got to watch the Sundance yesterday. Wow. Yeah. So I thought refrigerator's starting to. That means generator needs to start. Okay. Be right back. Perfect timing. If you fucking fuck up anything while I'm out there, I will eat you when I come back in. Right on. Alright. Disaster averted. We're back. At least you, me, and the dogs are. I think they took Seamus. Wouldn't that be fun? Chico! We talked about that. You get over here. I'm not having your bullshit. Everybody's quiet. All you want to do is get him excited. Good morning. I'm fighting with dogs. Anyway, yeah, Seamus is just left. Told him there's a couple rules. Keep your mouth shut and be polite. So, see how that goes. I imagine pretty well, because that's usually what he does anyways. So here's the breakdown. After all this effort, we've got about a total of $109 to go into the tank. Now, as I understand, Bryce is getting out of the hospital today. And I haven't talked to him today, but there was a long conversation about buffaloes and their Sundance. They haven't had yet, because everybody holds their own tribes, Sundances. You know the routine. So everybody does their own. He says something about us coming out to his, but I mean, like, yeah, I sold all my glass the other day, but that got us like $25 in gas and some food. Which brought us out here, and I'm saving that, trip money for the trip. I have everything I need to make money. I can't blow here. I don't feel comfortable with the powwow after this last week with all my shit out. So I'm missing food. These tools are worth more than food, so obviously I can't watch my crackers and cookies very well. I gotta think about what the fuck am I putting on the table out here when I'm working, of course. Problem one. Now, I don't know if Bryce has me somewhere to work. That might come up today. That would be great, because they do have that guy locally that would buy the fuck out of my rigs, he said. So, if I made some, I don't have it. He bought the bubble that I had, loved it. He was like, man, this is high quality. I was like, well, thank you. It's all, you know the story. I diffuse them and all that shit. You guys watch me blow them right here, live. Anyway, option two, an hour and a half east of here, there are cannabis clubs and fucking head shops everywhere in South Dakota. Every little tiny town has 2 or 3 of each. And I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway, I'm to the point that we're almost out of food. We got $109. I almost forgot to include that one. I'm making soup. That'll last us a couple of days. But I'm doing that, so I got a couple of days of food so I can work either place. But I can't work here. It's a field of grass, obviously. Windy, dry. Wouldn't go That's where I'm at. I don't know what's going to be talked about today when Bryce gets out of the hospital and stuff. Hell, I kind of hope it comes up here. We can actually do some productive face-to-face exchange of information if he wants. I would like to get busy on what he wants to do as soon as he's fucking available, because we've been sitting here waiting. So I went through every damn bit of money I had, and we're sitting on donations and quarter tank of gas. And I'm like, hour and a half away, but I we haven't left Lakota yet. I said I don't want to. I'm not gonna opt to go back and live at the fucking powwow and blow glass there, though. That's off the table. As of this week, and yesterday, figured out half my damn food's gone. I don't want to break out all my tools in that kind of situation. That's where I'm at. Where you at? How we doing today? I'm kicking it here as long as they'll tolerate us till Sunday, I think. The last day of Sundance. And then that decision's going to have to be made. Because we're rolling either east or west. Back to Bryce or onto the Ottawa, basically. Because I don't think I'm going to want to backtrack once I get an hour and a half east again. Making money. We may. That may not happen. Depends on what we can come up with. What kind of solution can we come up with that I could go back there and help him for the week and a half, make a little bit of fucking survival and gas money and get out of there in 2 weeks. Because that would be cool. I'd like to see his Sundance and participate with them. Not necessarily hanging from a hook. That's brutal. They don't just hang from the hook. Like, what the fuck? That was, whoo, ouch. They come off the hook, and the hook bounces right up to the pole, and I'm like, oh, that was harsh. Harsh. That's the, look it up. It's a dedication. I get it. Hey, I ain't asking for money. This is our trip. If anybody wants to donate $1 for gas, that'd be great. I'm just letting you know where we're standing. And I have to make a decision by Sunday. That's all. I'm capable of doing the fundraising with my torch. I promise. And I work my fucking ass to the bone. Except when we're doing stuff like what we've been doing. We're actually doing the tribes right now. The tribe that we came here to see. And we've been talking, like I said, like yesterday, I just sat with one of these folks and literally watched the rays come out of the fucking east after the sunset. He looked, and he was like, I said, I hope we call that the blue one. It's an ultraviolet. And the seriousness on his face was, he had heard something like that. He just hadn't imagined seeing it in his lifetime. He said, I'm watching the moon. So after the daily stuff, everybody comes out and says, it's not to be talked about other than socially. So it's a social thing after. And I wasn't talking about it. I just pointed out the obvious. It's like, so what you doing? Had my back to the sunset. Fuck. I'm like, well, I was watching the beautiful sunset, and I realized the sun's rising too. And he looked. How? I'm the ultimate catfisher. Motherfucking dirty ass bastard. Trying to tell everybody the truth. Pointing out the obvious things that they could see that they weren't paying attention a minute ago. I'm sorry about your job. Yeah, there are a lot of cutbacks. Truly. Um, Even with warning, it doesn't help, does it? Because it's a systematic self-destruction on purpose. So, and they want us in civil unrest. What better to do than put everybody in poverty and take away their food? Surprise, surprise. Oh, there's a sudden food shortage. Anybody watching this thing had better know that it didn't happen suddenly. Hi, Biggers. And I do hope that you got rice and beans, because I'm eating my own split peas that I've been saving for a while. Things just got tough on tough on the love boat over here. But we're good. We're good. Like I said, we got food, but I'm going to be out of food if I don't find somewhere to work in the next few days. Which means we either go east or west, because I can't work here. But we're staying here as long as they'll put up with us here, because this is where we need to be. Yeah, I fully, I can't believe, I can't believe Bryce has been in the fucking hospital this whole time we've been sitting here. Dealing with amputations from the exact thing we came here to warn about. If I ever seen tribe needs help, it would be this one. However, I gotta tell you, what I'm witnessing here ain't what we witnessed in Evil View. This is a community here. They love each other. And I don't see any division here. I see wholesomeness. I see the children respectfully remaining quiet from little to big. In a social gathering, it kind of almost surprised me. It kicked me back to days of old, where the parents, kind of like my son, disciplined when they acted like idiots. And I don't see any children, not one. And they're misbehaving yesterday. Everybody was full respect, and even the kids. And love. There was a lot of love. They were having a good time. The kids were enjoying it, but quietly. I was like, wow. It was good, Vickers. A little more than I expected. I actually fasted yesterday. Almost lost consciousness a couple times. I just had to sit down. I was dizzy. There's a lot of standing stuff. But I'm old, so nobody looked at me bad. Everybody else old was sitting around with me. But yeah, I'm not going to fast again, because I hadn't, ever. And I had the theory that my body wouldn't work well with it. It didn't. Oh my God, my belly started cramping, like muscle cramps, like my ribs cramped. And I'm like, oh shit. Eating myself. I ain't got nothing left. So yeah, I had to eat dinner last night. Uh, fuck, I was done. I don't know how they 4 days, and then they get out there and hang themselves off the hooks and rip the hooks out of themselves. I was like, okay, that's pretty serious shit. And then looking at what they're doing it for, at least the white boy tale that they tell white people. Okay, I could get with that. But and they don't get into the symbolism, which is something I saw yesterday. It's like, oh my God, they're representing, I think, the three suns, but they have four. One's white and one's yellow, and I'm wondering, because they're opposing on the red and blue on the circle, and I'm like, is that like our yellow sun that turns white? I don't know. That part I don't know. The pole, I think the pole has more meaning than what they say it is. Although they do give it a dual meaning. So I would stick to the second one, closer than the enemy one. That doesn't ring true. Anyway, very dedicated to being peaceful and loving to the creation, and that's basically what the whole pain is. They're offering their pain to the Creator to show them, hey, and they're asking for a better situation for everybody, which is kind of the same thing we're doing, like hand in hand. And except I'm not hanging from a hook. So I was goosebumps all day yesterday. I didn't do the things they were doing. I was sitting there bouncing my magnet. Now, a couple of things that I learned that I will share. The one that calls out the people. Yeah, their pain is their sacrifice, exactly. And I'm like, well, that's pretty brutal. Yeah, it's kind of quick also and over in a 4-day prayer. But you can only hang twice, I think, in that 4 days, front and back. And that's your full Sundance. They do take and pierce the ladies with feathers and then rip them out later. Ceremony. It takes place on, I believe it's a buffalo rug. Anyway, not sure on that. Could be a bear. Looks like a buffalo. I think it's a buffalo. Because they're very buffalo based, not bear based. Although there is a bear clan. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Their whistle. So he tells them, says, all right, then don't stop blowing the whistle. It is an ancient language on its own. And then out they come blowing their whistles. And I was like, closing my eyes, thanking the Creator, feeling my magnet and everything, everybody's all bouncing around and everything, and I'm listening. And it hit me like a brick in the face. It took about 30 seconds for him to go, and I was like, whoa, I've heard that before. That's the noise the sun makes. I was like, wow. Goosebumps. How would they know that? I was like, holy shit. Of course it's an ancient language. It's the ancient language. What the fuck? That's awesome. So that clued me in that much like some of the traditions I've seen very sparsely throughout this adventure, um, their traditions hold a lot of knowledge. Good morning, Brenda. It's okay, not much. I've only been talking a few minutes. Uh, I've been missing a lot for my first 52 years and doing a real sprint to try and catch up. um, yes, Claudette, this is going to be worse than last year by many fold. Not by just a little this year. Yes, ma'am, we are. I'm glad you're along for the ride. It's been a long, interesting journey, and it seems to be the same. Long, interesting journey. At least we ain't sitting around fucking bored, scratching their heads, talking about, God, I wish I knew something. Thank y'all for your continued help in this. It's been an honor, this whole thing. I don't see anybody dragging James's bloody carcass back, so he must have been accepted into the circle too. We got a hell of an adventure, huh? I saw that. Um, Worst air quality in the world because of the Canadian fires. And I thought about doing a video last night on law school, and I was like, how many do I have to do? We're there. We didn't know what it looked like, but this is the last year. This is going to be terrible. This is this year. We're going to be passed by the big sun. The sky's going to part, and we're going to see the heavenly host. Just like they fucking wrote it. Maybe not as you imagined it, as we know. We're going to see what we're surrounded by when the fog clears. People are going to do what they're going to do. I would like them to be knowledgeable, of course, of what they're looking at, because then they might not shit themselves inside out, close their field line, and fly off the fucking planet when we reverse polarity. We could probably avoid a bunch of that. When we start slowing down, the plasma and the noise is going to be insane. They say the deaf will hear it. Of course they will. It's coming in on the EM field, baby. That electromagnetic braking is going to be loud. And really unnerving. To some, probably absolutely terrifying. And people will expect to see angels flying out of the sky with trumpets. Not going to happen. I can tell you that. With quite a large degree of certainty. Now, did Creator line this up to happen the way they described it? Fucking A, they did. Is it okay that they admit what the heavenly host is? Just kind of leave it there hanging for you to guess and put into context and be wrong? So you shit yourself inside out. Start cussing at God instead of man. They won't blame man for the things they see anymore, will they? What things do they see? The fires. Everybody thinks they're because of the aluminum they've been putting in the air. That is fucking not what's happening. You do. That is insane. No. Is aluminum good for us? Again, no. Is it probably poisoning your system? Yes. Is it causing 90-foot fucking flames and flaming tornadoes going through the lush fucking forests of northern Canada? And hollow fucking limbs that have been dropping off of these trees with the fucking leaves on them? Like I said would happen, and has been happening, and is happening more and more and more every year. Of course, it's not the cause for it. I promise. You'll see the heavenly host that's doing that. I view that book as the most hideous thing that's happened on this planet, in conjunction with the other two Abrahamics. These fucking things have caused more death than everything else combined. It's ridiculous. I don't care who you blame, Christians, Muslims, Jews. They come from the same Abraham, born in the capital of Sumer. Everything was written in cuneiform in Abraham's day. I suggest deeply involving yourself in research of the cuneiform if you do not know. It's very enlightening. They have a couple versions, much older than Noah. When the world's flooded, they got 2x2s, but they're not animals. They're literally the DNA described specifically in a cedar box brought onto the ark that could toss and turn and go asunder. It was a submarine they had built. The whole give up your house and all that, yeah, okay. It was the Reed Hut, I think he told, not Noah. He wasn't allowed to tell Noah by decree. So he told Noah's Reed Hut. Reed Hut, Reed Hut, there is to be a flood to wipe out all humanity. Noah be all like, what are you talking about, Lord? I'm not talking to you, dumbass. Go back to sleep. I'm talking to your Reed Hut. Do not pay attention to me. There will be a flood. You must take upon yourself to build. So there's that. I was like, wait, what the fuck? Yeah, dude. I didn't see him in there. But I heard a lot of truth in those words. And it made so much more sense than the Noah story I was told out of the James book. Or the Ethiopian, for that fact. It mattered. Even though the Ethiopian is a little bit closer to the original, it really is, before Rome got their hands on it, took all those books out and shit. A lot of those books were too close to the Sumerian version. So they shortened them. Like the whole, when the Earth, or when the sister system nears, Earth's axis will shift, making the sky roll. Thus begins tribulations of earth. Well, ask any preacher, when does tribulations begin? How long is it? All those answers are in the cuneiform, because it began in October of 2010, as far as I can pinpoint. Me and several other Native American tribes had noticed in that time between September and October that we had tilted. The Inuits and a lot of the Star Watchers around. I noticed because I'd been helmsman on the Texas and Arkansas. I was training people how to helmsman on the Arkansas. I knew my shit. I knew how to navigate with that moon. And he was telling me I wasn't on my porch. I knew my porch wasn't in Australia. So I was like, well, that's something to watch. And it was a full moon. I knew by the craters. And I had a thought. Maybe it's just the moon flipping. Shadows going with it. That means the moon's not doing the cartwheel. The observer is doing the cartwheel. What's up? How you doing, Lily? Because I don't give a fuck how fast you spin a ball and a flashlight. That fucking shadow will not move. It has to be the observer. That's us. We're flipping. We're making Orion do that, and the galactic plane all night long with the moon. This is something that was pointed out to me by a wise, authentic Native American, Hopi, that watched the sky with me. Named to be released at a later date. Anyway.
Good morning. How are we doing today?
I hadn't even said anything about the galactic plane until it was pointed out to me after an awesome fucking display and show that night when we watched the sky together. Had a fucking bonfire and live music. It was great. Had a light show, fucking big pink roses coming out in the north. I was like, it's a CME, right? Look at that. He was like, I was like, I didn't expect it. I was like, whoa, that was pretty intense.
We saw that.
And it was good. There was no fear. So it made it even better. It was fun. It was awesome. It was fucking awe-striking to me. I was like, wow. Myself. You'd have to ask the other party what he thought. I thought it was amazing watching that display of grand power. Just beautiful. Beautiful. It looked like pink roses in the sky. Huge, though. It was crazy.
Stand like a surfer.
The floor is dynamic. Never know what's going on. I just saw Colorado River where it's running completely out of water. I was like, now they're talking about how there's water coming out of Arizona and flooding Texas. And I'm like, this is completely opposing each other's tale of what's going on. We're having flash floods, flash droughts everywhere, apparently. I hope not. I was wondering the same this morning. Kind of hoping Glenn comes in and be like, no, I'm good. We'll hope for that. If not, I'll get on my hoop to give him a call. Promise. I'm a little concerned about a few people I haven't heard from in a couple days. Every time I get all concerned, you're like, oh, I'm just popping in. Good to see. You know, you don't need to be talking over here if you don't want to. You get the information, you got the information. Although we're getting new information every day. I just found out that the Lakota Sioux play whistles that sound just like the sun at their Sundance. Is that a coincidence? The guy literally says, hey y'all, don't stop blowing your whistles, it's an ancient language. And out they go, sounding like a sun. I'm like, what the fuck? It is an ancient language. Me too. I hope my Pennsylvania and Tennessee friends are good too. They took a battering. Everybody's been getting battered. And then heat waved, and then hit again. Seems somehow we've been, I mean, they had what, 180 mile an hour winds over here in the storms. We caught maybe 60 mile an hour winds where we're at. We're being blessed again. It seems to be a bubble of something we can survive around us.
Whispers can, like a butterfly, huh?
I see this community out here come together, sacrifices a lot of pain. And their whole energy's good. I haven't picked up on a bad thing.
Mary Greeley.
Asked Polly about Miss Greeley. She has control of monitors she shouldn't have control of. Really? That's my Polly. She's a big fan. I don't watch her. I already knew what was coming. She won't tell anybody why. That's why I don't watch her. She won't tell anybody why what's happening is happening. Although I'm certain, much like Mr. 333, she fucking knows. She's been told way more than the average bear or person by myself and Pollyanna. She talks to Pollyanna, so I know she's aware.
Yet she has good information. Not telling you not to watch her.
You probably, if if you want to keep updated on shit, you probably should. I'll say that. But she ain't gonna tell you why. She ain't gonna mention the cartwheel moon. She ain't gonna mention any of the other thing that goes with that. And she's well aware. Know that the whole time. Yeah, she leaves things out. But that's something, I've discovered over the years. So that's generally why I don't watch some channels, because, they might have good information, but it's mixed with omission, which in my book is a lie, because they're very well aware, which means they're willing to lie about anything. So I don't trust any of their information. Although they probably have good information. In Mary Greeley's case, she don't talk about the goddamn caldera that she should be talking about, though. Does she? Long Valley. She don't talk about that one much. I understand she's not allowed to. From Polyana, she's actually had that confirmation. Yep. Like I said, she has good information. If you want to keep up to date, you probably should, but personally, I already knew that. So I don't have to watch her. I know she's also not pointing out anything to do with something that's way more dangerous than Yellowstone. And probably going to go off before Yellowstone. So keep that one in mind. Because that Long Valley caldera is really swelled up right now. And it has never blown its top. Like, it's got billions of tons of rock that Yellowstone doesn't. And is very viscous, explosive right now. And everything's heating up out there. Nobody talking about it. But I guess I did just now. I ain't reporting on it. Fuck it. It's all going to hell. What are you gonna do? You better remain calm. Keep the fucking field line up into the crater, because that's the only way you're gonna make it through this one. That's promised. So, if a nuke goes off over your head, the crater wants you here, you're gonna walk right away from any of it. And you're gonna do what's in your heart, because that's why you're still here.
Own homework. Yep.
That's where that comes in value right there, doing your own homework, because you have to know these things to receive the meek badge.
Well, not only internalization, here's a problem with homework.
Discernment, I guess, is kind of what you're describing, but what do you discern from? 17 different versions of a lie? Look at online what you get information. It's absolutely insane. And the average person isn't looking at the sky for answers. One, I found my start of looking for answers in the sky. That's how that happened. A lot of people wouldn't have the reference to, like, oh,
the moon's doing cartwheels, because they don't. A lot of people are like, that's different. Hmm. Until some dumbass comes and points out the obvious, and they're like, well, that is different. That makes so much more sense. And just, hey. That's what I'm saying. There isn't much truth out there. Now, once you start getting clues, you can start looking at that specifically, but you kind of have to have some of that knowledge already. And some of us already did. It didn't take a whole lot of convincing you that the moon shouldn't do any damn cartwheels. Yeah, the moon's doing cartwheels. Just look, today, it might be risen already. I don't know. You should be able to see it on the eastern horizon at rise. It'll be a frown. And by the time it sets on the western horizon, it'll be a creepy grin. That's a wax and wane, man. It used to rise wax and set wax. And it just doesn't do that anymore. I told you what it's doing, so go look. It's literally rising like a little frown and setting like a grin. I know that's not right. That's why we're here. Hi, I'm Captain Obvious. It's okay. Well, we tilted. Isaiah 24:23, in the end of days your moon will become confounded. Is it wax or wane? Is it a north or south hemisphere view? I don't know. I'm confounded, like my moon. Since October of 2010, you're still here. Calm down. It just, you're on the last year of tribulations. Because in the Bible canon, the old books where the Bible came from, I'll tell you what's happening. Because the old book, before Constantine got his hands on it, tells you exactly what's happening. When the sister system nears, Earth's axis will shift and make the sky roll. Thus will begin the tribulations on Earth. October of 2010. It lasts 15 years. And then the great and terrible day of the Lord, when the sun actually passes us, and that blue fog that you've been watching getting thicker and thicker, that we refer to as Cherenkov radiation, the camouflage peels back and you see the big planet, heavenly host that we're surrounded by, and you stop blaming man for fucking global warming and start cussing at God. Because it's a blue, ultraviolet, blue spectrum sun. You can't see it. The plants can. They've been dying for years. I have several videos of corn dead for hundreds of miles, and then we did the research. Wow, Monsanto, a Vatican-owned fucking business, took and GMO engineered those crops to go hermaphroditic at 2 candlelight, where a perennial will go from 8 to 12 candlelight and tolerate, which even the perennials at this point in time are starting to do weird shit and die. It's not the Ukraine war that caused the grain shortage. It was not the butcher that got sick that caused Wendy's to not sell beef in certain locations. I personally had warned everybody here on this channel that that specific day would happen. I voiced it in a grocery shortage they would not be able to explain until they got their hands on the actual supply chain, and if they had to, blame themselves. But they need to have it in place for 2 weeks to pound it into your head. It's a lie. So we're going to have to be in martial law this day. Well, guess what happened that day? We went into martial law. 2 weeks later, Wendy's couldn't sell beef. Anybody remember it differently? Because I remember warning people and being called insane by Pollyanna. Some of you understood and saw, but I mean, like, not only Pollyanna. I'm just saying our dear Pollyanna was calling me insane. And they'll never do that. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. So my name is Eric Sebastian Briggs. I authored the Davis Hemp Bill of 2014, forcing federal legalization of CBD hemp. because it passed 42-2, bypassing the veto. Went straight into the North Carolina Farm Bill. We got approached by we live in a multiple sun system. Check it out. Before you set into panic, it's okay. You're the difference in this situation. You have a magnetic soul. Much like these magnets. Much like Earth's magnet. You can add strength to hers and protect all of life during a nova event that we're fixing to have. Starting to get the picture why you're here? You're amazing. You've been lied to. We've been divided down to the fucking individual. Well, I need you, and I do not monetize. I don't need you for monetization reasons and clickbait. I have made it very easy on my post section, on the videos I made, right up top, in a row. Tear it back. Do your homework. Be amazing. Heal pain with the Creator. Show your heart. Well, I have every bit of that detailed with way more words. If I tell you, you'll believe, and then somebody gives you some antifreeze that sounds sweet, it's blinding, you'll start believing that. You need to learn, it's not hard, and put it in your own hands, which begins here. Can you feel the suck? Get quiet. Feel it through your palms. Now there's a push in your fingers. That's your soul. It's your magnetic field. I don't care if you have 1,000 magnets from the same pizza Hut, they're all going to have a different fingerprint. That's your soul print. They print you at birth because they know who you were when they recycled you last time. Book them in souls. That's not a legend. That's real. I need you to get to my post section. There are several videos there that will answer every question you've ever had in the fucking universe. And if you have a good question after looking at those and doing a little homework, because I'll show you mine, you need to do yours. Double check my work. That way you know. Put it in your hands, and actually taking pain and healing somebody will solidify it. And it'll also open up your field line to the fact that, okay, there's an awful lot more around me than just healing and putting a shield over a planet, and you're going to lose your fear of anything you ever had a fear for. You're going to have a realization. You want to know what omnipresence is? I'll tell you what it is real quick, and you're going to go see. I'm right. It's something preacher couldn't tell you. They make you feel creepy like somebody's watching you from above, like a satellite. No. 1748 hertz is exhibited in these magnets universally that we've been observing in many different manners, including your magnet. When you get goosebumps, your body is resonating at 1748 hertz between the hair and follicles. That's the Creator in every atom, because every atom has a magnet. Instantaneous reaction at a distance is a property of magnetism. Throw away your strings and your theories, because that's known physics. You're a living, walking, talking magnet that they keep separated from the other magnets by skin color and fucking money and religions and everything else, including down to the family unit, when the woman is offered the food and the money and the housing and the X and Y and Z to stay away from the man. They have divorced us down to the individual unit as best as they possibly can. Love your fucking neighbor starts to make sense if you want to do something against your elites. And that includes your neighbor across the globe, because each and every one of us, billions right now, are on their side making the sky roll, because this fucking sun is fixing to pass us and latch on. Should you be afraid? No. You're going to shit yourself when you look at raw maps, because the fucking magnet signature of that sun, ultraviolet sensitive organ inside your head hooked up to your ocular nerves, starts to make a lot of sense as to why that might be considered Isis's father, Isis being Earth, first son of creation of us. Why else would it be deepest in our fucking biology if we're not supposed to be having a homecoming, and our Mother Earth, a very living, loving beast, is fucking going back to her father, and we are extensions of her, bound to her, to be stewards and healers of her. And we've forgotten how. Well, now we know how. Get to my fucking page and look. Because you're the difference. Period. So go to my post section. Look up raw map. Come back and tell me what you think. Because you have 60% charge. I'll be here for a while. They're very short videos. Some of them are only 4 minutes, some of them are 15. Sit down before you watch any of them. You might want to put on a diaper because you're about to shit your fucking pants. It's that easy. That's why they have to divide us. It's that easy. It's that simple. It's that fucking simple. Everything's going to make sense to you from galactic to atomic. Bam. And you're going to be like, you say, wow, now. Go. Please. Don't say anything else. We love you. Get your ass over there. So we can keep talking. This channel has rules. I'm a dick if you don't obey them. And so are my wrenches. They'll smack you before I will. We're just being nice. Anybody new needs to go learn what we know, because this is not a cult. Cultists keep the information and rule over you. Once you get this information, you don't ever need to see me or speak my name. I like it like that. This is your birthright. Go embrace it. Fuck. We made sense out of shit. Thanks to the Creator, a great amount of guidance and stuff I can't call coincidence for several years in a row. If you even sit back and think of 1 year at a time, what we've experienced together here. 1 year at a time. Look at this guy. He's like, love me. He's being neglected heavily. He's a blush. Poor kid. There's a guy helped set up his tent. He's heading off to the Sundance. Wow. Thank you for your continued donations. The point of ridiculousness. Thank you. I just noticed we had a donation come through. I gotta tell you this. That sacrifice is better than having hooks in your fucking skin and going bam and fucking pulling them out. I was like, ooh, I wasn't aware of that part. I really was not aware of that part. I knew they hung from hooks. I was like, oh dear God. Ow! 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 It was over quick. Boy, it was brutal. Didn't really leave that big of wounds either. They were good at piercing. Everybody bled a little bit though. Definitely looked painful. Big hooks. I was not expecting that. Boo. Thank you. Me too. And thanks and gratitude and undying efforts to help in general and learn because we've forgotten too much. I think that's a sacrifice, although it's not a one-way sacrifice at all. It's definitely been in my benefit. Everything we've done to get here hasn't been easy. Not much of it's been easy at all. It keeps going. Every time I think we're in a fucking bind, it's actually a new thing learned, experience had. Yeah, definitely tougher than me. I couldn't even stand there the whole day. These people were out dancing with hooks in them after fasting for 4 days. I thought I was going to die yesterday from not eating since the night before to that night. I actually went 24 hours without fucking eating anything. And I had never done that in decades. And I didn't do it on purpose when I did it then either. It just happened. One of those things. And I don't even think I ever, even when I was at my hungriest, went the full 24 hours without eating something. Because I found a way. I'd walk into a Burger King and offer to sweep the fucking floor, and half the time motherfuckers would just give you the scrap bag. Fuck, dude, it's like 10 cheeseburgers in a fucking bag. Yeah. No, I didn't go hungry much. I've always been willing to work for a sandwich. I don't have a cardboard sign sitting on the highway if I'm desperate. I usually find a way. But I haven't had to in a long time. I've been blowing glass forever. And construction and shit, that was in between being junkie and shit when I was hungry 40 fucking years ago. I still remember those days. Maybe that's why I choose not to go back to it, I guess. But my body can't handle that. I already know that. I couldn't, boy. I would make myself absolutely sick if I tried to do it for 4 days. And I wouldn't be able to function. I just wouldn't. My belly was already like so cramped. But I mean, look at my fucking belly, dude. Even sitting here, you can see all my ribs. I have no fucking fat. Rona took all of that. And I have started kind of gaining a little bit back, but I'm back to my lowest belt loop, and it looks like I need to cut another one. You don't, my belt doesn't hold my pants up very well, but the tail's getting so long, it's like I have to cut that too. Get a new belt, I guess. I'm too cheap for that shit. But I mean, look at me. I'm sitting here right now. I'm like, I'm running out of money. We got money to go do, and I'm still thinking about going backwards over here and still just working on it because that's what it takes. Is the understanding that this needs to be done. It's going to be real interesting getting it done, but it's going to get done. And I'm not worried. I'm just throwing out there. I've got a couple of options. And I already laid them out in detail. I ain't going to go over it. That I have to decide on by Sunday. And it's going to include a big part of Bryce's input because he's supposed to be getting out of the hospital today. And I hope he's able to be face-to-face with me so I can exchange some of this information without having to get it over here, because this channel would go away even if I downloaded it privately. I have information nobody else does. You can't even find some of the information I had online, and I know where to look. It's gone. I have it though, video form. I have it. It's actually stored in a couple different places. One of them in fullness, and our friend's hard drive that is not online. Yeah, we have to heart it a lot more. Stop braining it so much. I love it. I gotta tell you, man. Overall, Seamus got the good day. I got my feet sunburned yesterday. This boy got complete overcast. And getting sunburned. And it's nowhere near as hot as it was yesterday. It's like, what, 9:30? Yeah, by yesterday it was already kind of miserably steamy. The steamy today is a cool steamy. I like that. It's not 100 degrees steamy. You can tell storm's coming in. Or somebody within the last couple 100 miles probably getting a lot of rain. But it's very windy. The wind has not slowed down really since we got here, except for yesterday. When we left in the morning, it was blowing at our butts pretty strongly. And then it kind of died when we got here. It was running around and it's picked up again. Now it's blowing the opposite direction. And I'm like, you trying to blow me back to Bryce? Because Bryce is getting out of the hospital finally after 2 fucking weeks of sitting around being like, why is this guy in the hospital? Didn't I warn him about this 3 years ago? Exactly. And then he's been fighting with his doctor since we left. And the doctor was wrong. It cost him his toe. Now, that's a sacrifice, all right. And he's looking at it as one because it's a corrective thing on the hindsight. I mean, it is what it is. It's terrible that had to happen. And it's not over for him, of course, but I think there's better ways to get the fucking notification to the people. You know what I mean? I mean, none of you guys had to have your anything amputated to prove that I was fucking right? There's better ways. to show somebody what time it is, especially with that weapon that was unleashed on us. I have that information. They may have taken down the channel, but that information is there, and the entire channel was already downloaded by the time they killed it in a couple different people's hard drives. I know 2 personally, and God knows how many other people downloaded those videos. They're on record, but I know 2 personally have a full library of my shit from angry catfish, and it ain't me. I have about 3/4 of it. I've got little tiny blisters on the top of my feet from it. I haven't quite started healing yet. Yeah, rain will help. Just hope you get moderate rain. Don't need no flash flood, flash drought, which seems to be the popular thing going around today. Check out Raw Mapped first. That's kind of where it started. How to a Son, real good one for you. And you might want to check out the human resonance videos, because those are really important for your survival. It's not going to ascend you that it's raising. If you're having ear ringing, seasick, dizzy, can't sleep at night, real anxious, your metabolic shit's all fucked up, you definitely need to get to the human videos. There's a better way. You don't need to go crazy and die, because that's the next steps. Sticky honey, I'd rather put it on a biscuit. Yeah. I can't help it. Maybe in some of my oatmeal. It's only got 3 packs of left. Big boxes. I was like, I hope that. I'm like, fuck. I guess he was putting them in his pocket when he was grabbing my crackers and cookies and shit. I don't know what the fuck. I had personally made him a bowl of oatmeal once. That doesn't account for all this shit that's gone. Like, fuck, man. Usually I don't even eat breakfast. Now I did catch him grabbing my brand new thing of donuts one day. I was like, hey dude, leave them fucking sealed. I don't need the damn, I ain't feeling a donut right now, and I don't want to eat a stale donut later. The fuck? You don't just grab people's shit. I should have known then. Fucking, I should have let them back in. I done told you Raw Mapped, right? Raw Mapped. Or did that just cycle through again? I don't know. Raw Mapped. How to a Star, and those human resonance videos would be the best ones for you. At risk of repeating myself. That's for you new people. Get to my post section. If you want to have answers, fucking, I don't monetize. So, if you want answers, you're going to go fucking get them. And you're not going to, and if you don't want them, you ain't going to be getting away with talking about, oh, it's just clickbait. Ha ha ha! Fuckity, fuckity, fuck. I think the first word you hear from me on each and every one of my videos is fuck. Maybe. If not the third. Monetization gone, okay? I never applied for monetization because this is your birthright, and I didn't want anybody talking about, oh, you're just clickbaiting. Because no, I'm not. I'm offering you something you ain't never fucking learned before. That's why I don't monetize. I take great pride in telling people I don't monetize because I'm not a clickbaiter. I'm offering you something that nobody else is going to offer you. I'm going to offer you my homework right in your face. And then you're going to be like, do your own. This is not a cult. I actually need you to know everything I know to do any good in this world we live in. Creator needs you to, and your Mother Earth needs you to know exactly what I know, and then some. Help us learn. We've forgotten an awful lot of this stuff that we're just learning about. Don't worry, we're not leaps and bounds ahead of you yet. So if I was you, I'd get busy. That's how we all grow. We share this information together. Boy, there is a lot of information. I got like a couple thousand videos. The live ones are really rich in information too, because as you'll see on my post section, there's an Atlantis archaeology dig. That's a little further down the page because it's less important as far as the big picture goes. But oh my God, we were up there for months uncovering fucking Mayan-style pyramids and truck-sized jade-feathered serpents in Hastings, Michigan, just 3 years ago. Grifting with Bigfoot, that region of live videos for 12 hours at a time. So we were doing all kinds of crazy shit. Still do. Hi, we're live right now at a Sundance that I just attended. Are we taking pictures? Fuck no, we're not. I was told not to tourist. And I get it. Of course I'm not the tourist. I've been living up on Second Mesa for a year and a half with a good friend of mine, not touristing, taking pictures of everybody, because I wouldn't have lasted 10 minutes. So, you know, it's called respect. But I haven't told you anything that you can't find out online, so I know I'm not violating any rules. I can tell you what I saw. I just explained what I saw. And what I did learn that they don't include online, that I observed through my observations of their whistles and the sounds they make and the motions they make and stuff. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I get that. That's awesome. It's fucking crazy that they actually speak the sun language, because it sounds just like the sun. You turn on the fucking satellite, fucking listen to your son, and then listen to them whistle. It's like, oh wow. So I came back yesterday and just to make sure, I was like, yeah, that's them. What you got? What you got? It was fucking cool. Goosebumps, man. That's it. That's deep. Okay? This is the people today that have been doing this since before fucking God knows. And they got the fucking whistles and they sound like the sun. And they literally know it's an ancient language. Do they know that it's the ancient language of the sun? Probably. Did I ask? No, because I don't have to. I was impressed. Oh. Yeah, then he brought friends and left out of here with an ounce yesterday, thinking that was the last bit of weed I had. In his heart, knew that that was the last bit of weed I had. Pressuring me, pressuring me, pressuring me, and I just get tired of it. I had told him, because I've been getting him high when he comes by, smoking pot with him, having good conversations and stuff, and as he's pilfering. I didn't know that was going on. To a point, I mean, I was actually helping feed the kid, and then found out that that wasn't good enough, apparently. It was just a rude awakening. It was my fault, dude. I trust too much. I got the shady, like, but also got the he's a good guy, but there's still that desperate in him. Self-inflicted. But anyway, I didn't have to give him an ounce. I didn't have to give him anything the whole time I was here. But I'm on his front porch. So I kind of felt obligated to, if anybody needed anything and I had it, I'd help. But he took it beyond that, and I was like, well, this is too much help for people that don't want to help themselves. I'm out. I lost respect for that. I allowed it to happen. We could have left a long time ago, but that, I guess, is a testimony to some of the pain that I don't have to hang on a hook for. And it's okay. We're still eating. I'm smelling bacon and split peas. We're not starving. It's just what happened. Shouldn't have. And I'm not going to hospitalitize that anymore. I don't have any animosity towards him. I hope he changes any day. But what was really killing me about it is exactly that, the morality. Because he's sitting there, he told me the story of how he gave his foods, he was excited his food stamps was coming in, and then he kind of disappeared for a day or two and come back all upset. This is a couple days ago. No, maybe, 2 days ago. And he's like, he had given his food stamp card to his niece and allowed her to take so much, and she took the whole thing. He was mad because he was hungry. We fed him that day. The week before, I don't know what happened to this food, but the week before I went over there to the veterans admin and got an extra box of food for him that included a 10-pound hunk of fucking roast. And I'm like, that was a lot of food. It just included in there. I don't know what happened to that either. I mean, I've been trying to help the kid since we got there. And I'm led to understand he was taking that to his family and feeding them. That's probably what he did. Yeah, that's exactly. But as he's sitting here explaining to me what she did to him and the food stamp card thing, and how he's going to kill her, and I'm like, I'm sitting here talking him down. I'm like, dude. I didn't know the whole time he was doing the same thing to me. So yeah, I'm not going to do that. Again, I made that clear to Bryce. I'm not going to be at their powwow with all my tools out. Those are individually worth a lot more than the combined amount of food he took. Just one. Well, that's what I said. No, it's not okay to fuck me over, especially if I've been trying to help him the whole goddamn time anyway. Why would he? So, yeah, no, and then yesterday was the coffin nail when he brought his buddy over and started pressuring me for fucking weed. I was like, dude, I just told you last night I'm almost out. Why do you think I gotta give you weed? He's like, I got $10. I'm like, dude, your uncle asked me to be here. I had this to last. I got 2 more weeks. He's telling me I got to be here. I'm giving him a story because I don't want him to think I got more. I'm like, what the fuck do you want me to do? And it didn't end. It got worse. So I literally took the fucking whole ounce and threw it into his chest. I said, motherfucker, there you go. Bye. That's how it ended. No big loss. We still have, you know what Anna gave us. Again, we're okay. But I gave till it hurt and then some, and I'm not going to give any more. And I told Bryce, I said, look, this is going to depend on a very specific plan from you for me to decide what I'm going to do. Because of this whole, I'm pretty fucking burnt on it, and I'm ready to go to Ottawa because they need help too. So we'll see what he has to say today. And that's going to weigh big on which direction we head out of here. That and the wind's blowing. Keeps blowing back towards Eagle today. I don't know. I was instructed to follow it here. It's the only sign I get. And it's funny, when we parked up there, it was blowing west for 2 weeks in a row. Never fucking wavered. I was like, damn. And then we decided to leave, and it started blowing at my back that hour. I was like, Mom wasn't kidding. When the flags turn around, go. And that's exactly what happened. No, I'm standing my ground, brother. I have no other choice. I don't have anything to buffer with anymore. We've sat there for 2 weeks. I've gone through all my personal funds. And everything but $100 is the fucking gas fund. We've dipped into that for the generator to keep us running. And back and forth to get us there and to get us here. So we're running low on gas now. You know, which means what? I got a case of glass. I have a full tank of oxygen and propane. Still got gas for the generator. We have that $100 to work with. So I've come to the, before I get absolutely broke, we're going to fucking make a decision here. And either way, we're going to be able to make the money I need to. So Bryce comes up with somewhere I can work over there other than the center over there. That's great. We'll go do that. Because they have a local store that would buy my stuff. Probably not as much as what would happen if we went east. Without a doubt, not as much as if we went east. Because there's just, every other city in South Dakota has at least 2 cannabis clubs and 3 fucking head shops. I just looked today. I'm like, or yesterday. I was like, And I looked again this morning. They're everywhere except for here. But we're on the res. And they got one here. That's cool. And he likes my shit. He bought the stuff I did have. And said, man, you make some more. High quality, good price. I would like to see it. I want rigs, blah, blah, blah. So there is that. I could make a couple $100. I could feed us. I could get us enough gas to leave and make more money, which I hope to do. But that's going to depend on him having me a place I can work. If not, I'm heading east. Yeah, because there's a big ridge of heat right there. You can keep it up to the north like that, trapped in there. real thick. I saw pictures. I was like, damn, that's terrible. It is what it is. I mean, we've been watching it get bigger and bigger every year. And as far as I know, this is the last year before, or this is the year of. Last year was the last year before the big year. This is the big year. This is going to dwarf everything we've seen. It's not a little bit more than last year. We're going to see. We're going to see. It's going to be epic. That's just a little bit I took out again. If anybody will ever see that I have. So I don't have to worry about pulling out a bowl and packing it and somebody wanting something. And you know what? Anybody else, I'd be like, yeah, man, it'll kill the joint. There's no sweat off my back. I do it for any of you or anybody else. It's not the end all with me. Weed, you know what I mean? I'm not a hoarder. I like to smoke pot with people and be sociable with it and understand that it's medicine and they might not have some. And then someday I might not have some, they'll reciprocate, which normally is what happens. It's not in every situation. I'm not going to change just because somebody's a dick. To be honest, it helps filter out dicks. And if I have a limit already set before anything ever happens, I can fall back on that limit and judge out of that situation really well, right? I found out who's my friend back there. Nobody. At least not the buddy that I was hanging out with. Yeah, there were some nice people back there. It was just anywhere else you go. So I still want to help these people. Not going to judge it from one stupid asshole. Still trying to help these people at large. And Bryce is getting out of the hospital today. Okay. Probably this afternoon sometime. It's still real early. Probably having himself a hospital egg. I'm cooking split peas with bacon. I think we have a couple of pieces of meat in the freezer still. And we have hot dogs. That's 2 days of meals right there. So we got food. I'm not worried about feeding us. It's just, again, yeah, that morality thing. It's like, dude, how do you want to kill your own niece doing that to you and you're doing that to somebody else? It's pretty hypocritical. Granted, we're not family, but Don't say it's so. Hell, we had up 13 quakes at 5.0 there before the big one popped. What do you want to bet? There's going to be a few 6 aftershocks. Missouri, yeah, there were quakes. Very diversely spread. I almost said everywhere yesterday, or just now, but the trolls wouldn't let me rest if I'd said that because they weren't everywhere. But it was pretty diversely fucking spread. Last time I looked, I was like, huh, they're quaking too, huh? Just everywhere, almost. What ain't shaking is definitely on fire. Cheers. I'm hitting on my heavy CBD weed today because of my cramps yesterday. It left me shaking, that whole fasting thing I did. That was stupid. I know you ain't talking to me about ducks. Stand and watch. He doesn't hear a damn thing. Oh, there, now you're looking at me. I'm trying to get your attention a minute ago. He's deaf as a fucking bone. See that look he gave me? He's like, oh, that was you. If he could hear, he'd be even better, I'm sure. He's a good dog, though. He's a good puppy. I can't. Round one must be over. 2 by now, I guess. They were up early doing it this morning. I told Seamus he had to stay there until someone pulled themselves off a hook. I think they got people tied to the pole rod already. One guy, I don't know why, but he remains attached to the pole the whole day. Sits out there in the sun all day. He follows the tree's shadow, sitting on the rug. I'm like, fuck, dude. I would have died. I would have just died already. Uh, if I was fasting and for days like that. Good, there he is. Good to see you, brother. Who was all kind of concerned about your welfare. You guys didn't float away. I had to buy water yesterday too because we are completely out of water. And there ain't no well to draw from around here. No Flying J in a couple hours from here. So, yeah, that's another thing we're out of. I got to refill at some point. We get about 2 o'clock. I walked back after sitting there all day and realized they didn't have anything here either. I was like, all right, shit, we're going to town. So I took a quick trip into the gas station and got that. $1.50 a bottle. I was like, I wished I'd have known that before I left Eagle Butte because their grocery store only charge you like 49 cents a gallon. I thought, could have bought 3 for the price of 1. But I wasn't thinking, obviously. I was thinking this place had a C-store too. Nope. The flags are blowing back at them, funny enough, just at the moment. Yeah, that's what we've been looking at. A lot of flooding and more coming. I'm glad you're good. I know how your front yard gets when you get rain. I sunk right on into it the first day we were there, baby. Cheers, Glenn. Now, Lily, I got a heavy suspicion we're probably going to go back to Bryce at some point. He's got a spot for us. He just ain't off well. He kind of has. I haven't asked the right question, I guess, maybe. All right, he said he wanted, he wanted to invite us to his Sundance because they haven't had it yet. And he intends on getting buffalo, smoking his meat, all that too. So that would be, I'm certain, quite an adventure all its own. At some point, how do you get a buffalo? They raise them, so. I can only imagine because of the fact that it's a Sundance that this would be a very fresh buffalo they killed for just this thing. So yeah, I'm all like that alone is like something I might not want to miss. But I haven't come right out and been like, "Can I work at your place?" Which, if he doesn't offer, I'll ask. Because I would still like to help these people, and if he's out of the fucking hospital, we need to be kind of close together working anyways. Because, I mean, tell me it's not my wheelhouse what he's trying to do. I'm, I think I'm more qualified than anybody on the planet to do it, because I already hooked him up with Dr. Campbell, which is somebody I had turned from the dark side in the first place. And he's really good at this whole thing because he took it personally. He took the deception personally. And you can tell by his work. It's like, oh yeah, you're digging for everything you can fucking see on this. And he is. He's vigorously researching it and finding all sorts of good things, like healing things about it and stuff like that too. I told you when we'd go into lockdown why and what it would do to you and all these things long before it happened. So in that fact, because it's no longer really time stamped, but I've got many living witnesses that I took that act on. Like I said, anybody that remembers it differently, would you raise your hand? Because none of you did before when I said that earlier. And I'm pretty sure none of you are going to do it again. Because, again, Polly herself was calling me crazy. Say, our government would never do that. Well, and then Wendy's couldn't sell beef in certain locations. I did not call it that. I literally said the grocery store is going to have a shortage that they're not going to be able to explain unless they have an excuse 2 weeks in advance. And that 2 weeks in advance had to be the lockdown and the I hit both days. So that's a powerful testimony on premeditated mass murder, if you ever ask me, because it was. And that's how I knew. Again, Seamus is over here in the dance, but I was offered a bunker to keep that little motherfucker safe. But it included your death to keep him from being infiltrated, and I didn't like the idea. Long story short, here we are. None of what I had said a long time ago to this day was embellishment. And the only thing I'm talking about now is, we're fixing to get nuked. That is the least crazy thing I've said since 2014. But here's the thing. That's the last thing I know of. When Damascus gets hit, I was supposed to get Seamus quickly to the bunker. That was our last, if I hadn't answered the call already, that was like, boy, you're about to be too late. That's what Damascus being nuked means to me. I can only hope it means the same thing to you. Because that's what it means to me, because I was told about it by a legislator that told me about everything else I've been about. They really wanted me to think Seamus would be safe in his bunker because they liked the work I did. I'm thorough, I'm good. I betrayed them. In their eyes, they couldn't believe what was going on. It took a 3-day process to make them realize, oh, you're making it worse. This guy really has morals. He just shoved a fucking golden ticket in her ass and meant it. Not out of fear, out of disgust.
Hey, Linda, how you doing?
Welcome to the corner. Yeah, once they figured that out, then they started trying to target me. And then it's fucked up. So, oh, he's got morals. Find me a corrupt cop to have him arrested. And then the corrupt cop turned out to have morals. He called me and warned me about it. That's on record. State Capitol Police Chief of North Carolina, out of Raleigh. Oh, hey man, what the fuck's really going on? Well, we're on our side, and they'd rather you not know it. So please put down your device and look at the moonrise. After you look up moonrise, then you know what time to look east. It'll look like a frown. Then you might want to check when it sets. Set yourself an alarm. Go have a day. You can look occasionally. It starts doing this number, and then it'll roll. It looks normal, looks normal, looks normal, and then it's a grin. From a frown to a grin. That is from a wax to a wane. From a right to the left side lit. Every night. And if people knew that wasn't normal, and they put the screen down and actually paid attention to it, there would be way too many motherfuckers that they couldn't lie to about cow farts. Be like, no bovine fart turned our planet on the side. And the fact that we're on side starts making more sense about the whole weather thing going globally fucked up because it's not CERN. I do not smell sulfur. I smell the occasional waft of cow poop where I'm at in South Dakota. Mostly dry grass sniffs, but occasionally you get a little cow fart. It wouldn't surprise me that some of these wildfires, especially some of the California fires, might be volcanically connected. There's a possibility of that. So if you're smelling sulfur, it might be. If you can't see it, it might be an underwater volcano. Those are kind of getting excited too across the globe. Cheers. Well, I don't know if anybody remembers the Angry Catfish channel I was talking about. The UK sitting on one end of a plate that was being subducted. And during this time, probably go see some shit like that, some massive sinking of the landmass once it gets going. Made a couple like that. They're not here on this channel. They were on the Angry Catfish channel. on that channel too. I'm sure if one person remembers it, it would be Kat. Because Kat has brought it up as a point of concern in the past. But it's become sorely evident that the whole goddamn globe is going to be under a lot of stress, no matter where you're at. There's a good 100% chance probability that you're going to die. But if you're in the right frequency, and your Creator views you as worthy, you're going to be here. So just remain calm and in service and embrace what you are. Because that's what matters, is this. And what are you in this time? Now we know what to be. You have no excuse but to embrace what you are. So I have to think the Creator wants you here. You have a choice, but no excuse. Choice is the beautiful part of it. Can you sit down for a second and think about this? All of these Abrahamic religions that we're fighting with, or fighting each other, rather, everybody's fighting over the Bible, Quran, and what both of them are taken out of, the Torah. Abraham, born in the city of the capital of Sumer. So everything that happened in Abraham's life is actually documented. The story of Abraham is pretty clearly there. It doesn't include angels, unless you look at them as fallen angels, which the Bible had converted from the Anunnaki to the fallen angels. Simple as that. The same thing happened. Change semantics, the same thing happened. And it's like, oh wow, that's the same story, but boy, is that a different story. Because the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed because they were worshiping Marduk. And then, Babylon, that whole thing happened, and they blew up the city because we were talking with our old language, which we could talk to the whole world, and it scared them. That's the story we were given in the original. It makes a lot more sense than any of that stuff that was written by King James. Now, you can't hold that book up to me and tell me it's the Word of God and have it work, because that's just fucking not going to happen. You couldn't sell it to me. I've read it back and forth. I guarantee you I've probably read it more than you have, trying to sell it to you. I've read every word in that thing several times. It was the only thing I was allowed to read for 6 months in the fucking brig. It's the only book they bring you. Soft magazines in the Bible. I read it a lot. Yeah, it was a few years ago, huh? You, Tom, from a few years ago. And I had a lot of good content there that I deemed that isn't really all that important because everybody's going to go through shit. But with the right magnet force, you can rise above anything and everything. You're literally a magnet you can repel, and that would require you to kind of delve into what you are and put it in your own hands and begin that journey that some of us have. And I can't do that for you, though. I can't do that part. You have to do it yourself. You have to overcome the fear of fucking looking silly and start embracing what the fuck you are. Dance with plants. It's that simple. And that's due to a beautiful creator. Any brilliance in me is a reflection of the actual creator. It's like that hieroglyph. I was blown away. I was like, oh my God, how brilliant were the people that wrote that? And I was like, oh, you know, they literally could have been barely literate. But the fact that they were writing our old language made them look absolutely fucking amazingly brilliant. Because that's the creator's language he gave to us. Of course it's fucking amazingly brilliant and it shines through them. That's all you see and hear. It's not so brilliant on this part. It's actually pretty obvious, and I can't believe I missed it all this time, the brilliance and amazing simpleness that it is. And it explains everything atomic to galactic, and it is mind-numbing. Even knowing everything I know, if I actually sit and think about all these points, it just put them here. Put them to practice. Because this ain't ready for what we got. Not mine. It still blows my mind. Everybody all like, mind blown. I'm like, yeah, I know. Fuck, dude. Yes. We're that amazing. Mind blown. The creator is amazing. And they keep our creator small. He's a snow globe maker. Because as long as the creator's small, you gotta be small. You can't be amazing. If our creator's some kind of fucking snow globe maker, or we live on a frisbee, and that's some insane shit. What do you mean we're the only life in the entire fucking universe? Because we're that special. No, we are pretty that special, but a lot more special than they want you to think. And there's a vast forest of life out there. And we know how to make DNA. You gotta have 3 sons. I figured. Well, you know, yeah, do what you gotta do, make glass. Oh, they're full cheer. They've had enough of his waffle taco shit. You bet. Yes, sir. We're having some good shakes today. Expect pretty good shakes tomorrow too, probably. Love you, Glenn. We're up around 1,300 last time I looked. Huh. Seamus is still sitting there. So they're tolerating his presence well. And he's maintaining his little manship. He's doing good. I'm proud of him. I gave him a rundown of the rules, just so they didn't drag him back here by the hair, and you could say, "You didn't tell me." Like, I told you. Notice his red machine is. I said, "You're in a 4-day prayer where people are literally harming themselves." I said, "Games don't go." Let alone that, I don't want them even imagining you taking a picture with that damn thing. He's like, I know. So he's taking it seriously. I mean, we talked about it a little bit this morning. Take it very seriously. I said, because they get up and start doing their movements, you don't have to. You're there to pray with them and pray the way you feel comfortable. And ain't nobody gonna say anything as long as you keep your fucking mouth shut. Honor, respect them and their thing. Give them room. Do as they tell you to do. And that includes if they ask you to leave, say, "Yes, sir. Thank you for allowing us to witness this much. Have a good day." And off we go, because we're in their backyard. I didn't have to tell him that, of course. But I gave him the speech anyways. Homie gave it to me. I wanted to pass it to him. And I'm sure he zeroed in on Seamus this morning. He zeroed in on me. He didn't recognize me. He's like, instantly, like, started walking up, introduced himself. I'm sure he did much the same to that hairy beast I just sent to him, looking slightly like D'Artagnan. That was the first test. Can he pass the elder? Because he's going to meet the elder. And I'm sure the elder tested him. He gave me a little bit of a poke yesterday. He's like, "How'd you hear?" I was like, "Well, I met a guy at Culture Center, a little older." He goes, "No, I'm the elder." I was like, "Oh, okay." I know that means two different things, and I'm not going to argue with the guy. I know the guy that invited me here was older than he is. That's not, that's, he didn't care. He just wanted to see how I wanted to act. So I gave it to him real quick. Just respect. All we want. All you're going to get from me, sir, came to pray with your people for peace and unity. So I hope that's what's going on. He's like, "I hope so." I didn't even know. I came to this place. I, on purpose, didn't look at it because I wanted to look at it with virgin eyes and no precognitions of what I was going to see. That way, when I see, recognize something, like the whistle's blowing. Holy shit! Amazing. But yeah, so I didn't know actually what it was about. I just guessed. I hadn't put the hooks together yet. I haven't put anything together yet. Yeah, once you have the core of it, I mean, you don't need me. That's why I keep telling people, criminy sakes, brother. I appreciate you learning because that's the only reason I've ever done any of what I've done. So we don't have to live in ignorance anymore. Confusion and anger and fear. I don't think that's brave either. I think that's an act of fucking utter desperation. Because we need that. To be honest, everybody's like, "You're so brave for telling the truth." I'm like, fucking kidding me, right? You know the people that don't are bitch ass pussies. Sell out, cocksucking, soulless fucks. Because I'm doing it in an act of desperation against that machine. Because I'm fucking sick of it. Who isn't? It ain't brave. It's an act of desperation. It looks brave, maybe, because I'm not afraid. I know the Creator. My Father. Ours. Everybody's. And I know this much. I don't want a lawyer when I go home. I don't want to have to fucking hire a lawyer when I go home to talk to my dad. That is inset into all these religions. You're not worthy of your eternal soul because you're a fuck up. I heard enough of that in my mortal life. You should have tattooed a fucking blueprint to my ass if you wanted it fucking done right. And it wasn't there. We found one on a wall. It gave me a lot better pictures than I ever had, so I'm going to follow that one. And funny, I was kind of trying to do the best I could anyways. I didn't even know if there was a creator. None of this esoteric and spiritual shit worked with me. I kept getting let down and seeing lies and contradictions, and I'm like, so I'd kind of given up. Thought I was on a dead rock hurtling through space with no God in sight, and accepted it. I was like, well, if there is, big if, I'm just going to be best I can, because that's what feels right. I can wake up in the morning and fucking shave my face, which I used to every day. I can still look at my face all day and love the fucking person I see, because I know I'm not doing anybody any harm intentionally, ever. If I do my best to make it up. In fact, I go around helping people that don't even want to help themselves half the fucking time. Just because I see somebody who needs help in my near vicinity. And it's kind of, I guess, in my nature. If I can help, I offer it. I don't care if it's fixing someone's fucking car. Do I like turning wrenches? No. I like when Christine takes care of everybody else around her, and her car goes to shit, everybody says, and then I can help that. And then she can go, and still continue having Christine. Real happy and appreciative that I did that for her. You know, and I was happy to do it for her, because all the time, I was one of those guys she was helping take care of. Hey man, I'm going into town, you need some gas? Hey, I'm going to the food bank, man. You want some food? That's Christine. That's why I helped her. She needed it. It was days long and a pain in the ass, but I fucking, oh my God, had a good time. She helped me sit there the whole time and work and handed me nuts and put the fucking thing in there when I needed it. Good helper. And then she was really fucking appreciative and happy. And that's the way we should be together in every situation. So I would have a hard time not doing that. I'm pretty sure that's why he keeps you around too, brother. I keep getting told that this Archaics guy, at least once a week, someone's like, oh, fucking Archaics. Much like other things, he'll put a little bit of truth in there and a whole fuck ton of confusion. So, no, it's not like my material. I don't see his homework. Doesn't look good. So, anyway, yeah, I can attest that I've seen homebrew. Homebrew puts out good information, but he stopped putting out videos when the information started getting real good, right? So he's got good information. He does put out, the truth, but not many other channels do. So I agree. Charmaine does. She puts out pictures of the moon all the time, and she does talk a little bit on her channel occasionally, but not like on Stairfocus or anything. There's channels that do a little bit, and then mostly you guys. Because the information isn't given anywhere else. Funny that. And that's I was told by a wise, discerning gentleman one time recently that these billionaires that come up there fucking with his tribe had these stories, and they could never back them. They could never explain them. They could never give a beginning or an end or an answer to any real tangible, useful information about this wonderful story of stuff they had going on. And he took great joy in the fact that I brought receipts for everything I ever said, and really scrutinized everything I said. Remember the first day you asked me, are they taking you serious? I'm like, well, yes. This guy asks questions, brings notes. I don't know where he's getting his information, but he definitely compares mine to others and comes back with notes and more questions. So that went on until we just left. And of course we became great friends and had a lot more experiences than just sitting around experiencing notes. I learned a lot just by being around him about being a human. It's been mutually amazing. I have high hopes for his tribe. I know I have nothing to worry about. These guys we're at right now seem pretty cool cats. I like their energies. They're all unified today down here. Different set of clans than what we've been hanging out with. I guess we've been hanging out with the political clans. These guys aren't so political. Really, again, I'm impressed with even their children. They're just amazing to see today. Kids from good to good, acting proper, respectful, and having a good time. Wow, that's something I haven't seen since I was a kid, maybe. But they're acting better than I did as a kid. I would hope for this for the whole Lakota tribe, but the bunch we left, Eagle, Butte, some of them, of course, were on board with that. I saw a lot of division in their council, their head council. And it was over the carrots and all this, and was that narcissistic denial and gaslighting about it being over the election, when it actually, what was being brought up had nothing to do with the election. It was very blatantly the way he was acting that day, and the day I was witnessing exhibited the same behavior that they were complaining about in that day. It was in the minutes, because apparently that day was a bunch of them were involved, and he was just being obnoxious. And more than obnoxious. But yeah, he's like, oh, it's just an election year. It's an election year. You guys are going to say whatever. It had nothing to do with an election year. That dude's a dick. Period. And it, I, just as an example, I saw a couple of that. But I would be surprised if I didn't, because people are people. You're going to have good and bad everywhere you go. And it doesn't make them all bad. It just means it needs a little adjustment here and there, maybe, in his okayness, right? I guess. Hey, Rebels, I was just thinking about you, dude. Good to see you. It's like, I wonder how my Rebels is doing. Good to see you. Now we gotta have Judith come in. I'm worried about her. I haven't seen her in a week or two. I see her every now and again in the chat or making comments, but not in here. Well, good. Good to see you still kicking rocks instead of pushing up daisies. That's where we need you. The ride's getting close to the end over here. It's a long, strange one. Glad you're still along. I think they might have Seamus hanging from the pole. I didn't expect him to last this long. He's been up there almost 3 hours now. So he's seen a couple of cycles through. You very well may sit there the whole day too. I don't know. I did. I sat there till it was done. I wanted to do it. I wanted to sit there till it was done. I was hungry. And gone through all that all day. I wasn't going to quit until it was done. They didn't. So I don't know how some of them people got through it. I'll tell you, I saw more than one of them puke and puke and puke and gag and gag. And I mean, they were brought to their physical limit, dude. I started feeling dizzy. I sat down. I was done. I wasn't pushing myself. I didn't have no hooks in my fucking body. So, yeah, I saw some people willing to give it yesterday. I was like, okay, that's intense. I didn't expect that much intensity. And I get it. What we do is intense too, and I don't care. I don't stop. I don't fear. And I saw that in every one of them. They were willing to sacrifice their own personal pain for a better world. And in symbolism, they're fucking really speaking to the sun. I'm like, wow, Pretty deep. That's commitment in your heart to be good. Scars on your body to remind you. I've got a couple of pretty scars to remind me not to do. Definitely time to give some respect. Like I said, I almost expected to see him dragging him back over here earlier. Nope. He's good. He's in there. He passed the test. I don't think they just gonna let anybody in there. Not the way he met me. No glasses now, huh? Damn, your eyes are probably better than mine then. Nice, dude. That's awesome, huh? I'm happy for you. Walking with a stick ain't so bad. You're walking. That's good. Well, that's real good. I'm glad I don't have to have a hip replaced. Yeah. They want to put fucking sponges in my spine because they said my degenerative discs are no longer there. I'm just bone on bone for about 3 vertebrae in my back. And they want to put fake vertebrae in there. Oh, woo, no. No. But yeah, that whole hip thing, I don't know, the back thing too is a bitch when you can't walk. We're doing really good. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're at the Cheyenne River, Lakota. We're at a Sundance. I sat in on yesterday's and Seamus is taking it in today. He's putting his good heart and good intent to their cause. We're here praying with the Lakota for unity and peace, love. I'm making soup. That's cool, dude. not the kind I want. I made Seamus eat before he left. I'm like, dude, you don't want to sit up there and not have food in the bed. I did that yesterday. In the heat. He got a nice cool breeze and overcast. It almost looks smoky. It's so like overcast. Looks weird. Anyway. That tuna, still make tuna salad. We're out of bread. Fucking high hose. I thought we had some saltines. Found me some cheap Cheez-Its. I do get tuna for lunch. I was sitting here wondering what the hell am I going to eat. Fucking hungry. Can't make a sandwich. Ain't got no bread. Soup isn't done yet. It's split pea. They soaked all night. Cooking for a couple hours, they're still hard. You need to back off. Girl, get away from me. This ain't your food. My God. I'm hungry. It's ruthless. Fucking all three of them from both sides. It's been a little bit since I had split pea too. We got a bunch of split peas. It's just they take so long to cook. And then they never really cook. You get them nice and thick in there. They're still kind of... Then you got to just set them in the refrigerator for hours and hours, and then they're done. You got to warm them back up. I don't know. It's like you heat them up, and then you got to cool them down before they really start to get soft. I did. I just soaked them since 7 or 8 last night. All night long with the lid on them and everything. It's still hard this morning. I like me some chili. I haven't had that in a while either. That takes a lot more ingredients than I got, though. I make good bean soup with a fucking half a bottle of barbecue sauce and some beans. Chili, you need considerable about more stuff to make. I have my broccoli and cheese soup too. That's like a $12 pot of soup. Hmm. You're kidding me. So apparently we're out of dog food. Nobody told Daddy. I just noticed. I have work to do. I'm sorry, I didn't know I hadn't eaten. Chico's got food. Mm-mm. Y'all just ran out because I was still looking at some on the floor. I'm like, where'd their bag go, though? Right there. Well, like, did he put it up so they didn't pilfer it? Nope. Fucking empty. Good thing I got a bunch of rice, too. Just for this kind of situation, huh? Boof. What are you kissing me with that tongue for? Okay, like, I'm so sorry. I touched my poopy tongue to your face. Fuck. Oh. Look out. Fucking kidding me. I need water. Son of a bitch. Sure it is next, young lady. You got a whole half a gallon to drink out of. So I figure out what the fuck to do about water. Oh. Here's where the other two went. He's chilling the other two. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. Not so bad as I thought. That took a whole gallon. Usually we have a pretty good amount of water on board. Just yesterday happened, and I did not think for a minute that they wouldn't have water in the next town. My fault. Completely. It's my fault. It's only 20 miles that way. But we're here till Tuesday. Because or, why did I say that? Till Sunday, as far as I know. I don't know where the Tuesday thing came from. I wonder if that was the universe saying something, or if we're out of here on Sunday. Maybe even before. Who knows? Depends on if they can tolerate us that long. I'll make some. I got squeezed lemon juice. Make some lemonade. But yeah, I screwed the pooch there. I took a right instead of going left and restocking and then going right. I could have done the sensible thing, but I didn't. Hi, James. Welcome to the corner. So yeah, there's again nobody to blame but myself for the lack of water. That was just a dumb move. I assumed too much. Yeah, I had just looked on the map and saw it was kind of a bigger town. Not, I mean, not as big as the one we just left, which wasn't a very big town.
but I assumed that they would have a store there, and they just simply don't. So that's my bad. And as upset as I was, I could have gone back there and filled up the RV. We'll just have to do that when we go back. Live and learn. We still got a couple of gallons. We'll probably be just fine. We might have to get a couple more to last till Sunday. What? I'm making you lunch. You just want lunch.
I didn't love me.
Oh, you gotta go poop? You gotta poop? Well, tell Seamus.
It's looking like he's not here.
Now she's looking back at me. She's like, you're the only one to take me out to poop. What am I gonna do? Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm fixing to take the dog out. Go poop. I'll be back. Kip knows something's going on. He's excited too. Not you, Chico. You don't get to poop. Not this round. Next round. I gotta take these two out together so they don't rip apart the house. That's just the way I gotta do things. Look out. No, I'm leading the way. Move! You need to chill. Chico. Chico. Neither one of them had to actually go potty. Sugar peed a little bit. She wanted to play. It's not playtime. Especially on a leash.
seriously doubt you gotta go because I just walked your ass. Either way, you're gonna wait a minute. That should do it. Make you a whole pot full of rice. And tuna for the puppies. Don't feel bad for them. When they run out of food, they eat better than they do eating Purina. You're just gonna have to wait for it to cool down. Whew. See, I knew it was recently. They ran out of food because there was still food on the ground. Little girl's taking care of that right now. Down there taking the shit off the ground. She got food. Listen to her, she's chomping away. She won't starve before her Cadillac dog food's ready. You're in between again. No whistles, no drums. He still isn't coming back. I'm impressed with his resilience and ability to stay away from his red device. He's up there praying with the Lakota. He's watching day 2. I like their fucking gyro too. It's probably flavored 3D meat. I don't know, but it's not that bad. It might actually be lamb. It's not that expensive. They couldn't do it. But it's definitely the watered down butt crud of the lamb that was glued all together. Not what they put on the stick anyway. Same stuff. I don't know what it is, but it ain't bad. It ain't like a Philly gyro though. You go to some Greek restaurant and they come out with the tzatziki, the fucking cucumber sauce. And yeah, that's that's yeah, that'll make you throw rocks at Arby's. Just saying. Yeah, tzatziki sauce, cucumber shit. Oh, it's good. Especially when they make it right there in the restaurant themselves, or the Greek sandwich joint, whatever. Or the fucking some of the best I've ever had is just sitting at the on the side of the road with one of them fucking trucks. But yeah, Arby's could do that, but they don't. They use the cheaper shit. What are you doing? She is literally contemplating. So is he. He's picking up on her. They are in search of the baby. Things are growing tense. She's, where is Seamus? You don't do Arby's? See, that's the one fast food joint I actually like. I can't help myself. Their meat doesn't hurt my belly like McDonald's does. Burger King, even I'm not. I've never been a real big fan of Burger King, but um, I will eat their original chicken sandwich made like a Whopper. That is a good sandwich. But then a couple years ago, they changed that fucking chicken patty, and I don't like it no more. So I don't go to Burger King anymore. No fries? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of their fries either. Never have been. I like McDonald's fries. Always have. Tartar sauce. Dip them motherfuckers in tartar sauce. Oh, I could eat that every day for at least lunch. Forever. Just hot, fresh McDonald's French fries dipped in fucking their tartar sauce. Oh my god. As long as they don't change that shit, I'll be good. But that's the only thing from McDonald's or Burger King I'd actually like to get. I used to get McDonald's fish fillet, but they've changed that too. So I don't get that anymore either. I'm picky. No, yeah, I don't do Wendy's either. Yeah, I do. I do Arby's. I do the roast beef. I like the horsey sauce, just a plain roast beef. Um, I like the gyro. It's actually pretty good. Mm, they've got better sandwiches though. I think it's not a bad gyro. It's just it's okay. Um, I like the Reuben when they have it. They don't always have it, and I am a sucker for their Jamocha shake. I just really like the fucking chocolate coffee shakes that they have. I fucking love them. I love them. If I walk into an Arby's and they don't have a Jamaica shake or the shake's broke, I turn around because I don't want anything else they have without. Not that I don't want anything else they have, but I don't want it without that damn Jamaica shake. That brings me back every fucking time. The pita bread. Yeah, that makes the gyro. That and I kind of like their sauce too. It's pretty good for generic fucking fast food cucumber sauce. It's not bad. The meat itself has no flavor, and the texture's weird. Texture's weird anyway in a Greek uh, fucking sandwich, but I mean it's even weirder at Arby's. So there's that. One of my first jobs in the world was at Arby's. Arby's roast beef. I was a counter kid, 15, 16. I did that. I worked at a video store once. Remember video stores? I worked at one. Like, you know, renting videos. That was that was back in the day. Fuck. That was that was cutting edge, man. I was in on some cutting edge fucking industry right there. I remember that. They was cutting edge. And then all of a sudden they're gone because everything else happened. Cutting edge. It was good for a couple years. Who want fires? I don't want no fires. Ooh, I remember French's Big Boys. Boy, that was one of my favorite. That and Friendlies. I like Friendlies. Ooh, but they've changed too from what they used to be 30, 40 fucking years ago. Yeah, the French fries and the burgers, they were unreal. Big burgers. And those changed. They're big by McDonald's standards. Never heard of Friendly's Ice Cream Restaurant? Oh my God. Dude, they had a club sandwich that was amazing. And they had food, regular food. It was good food, but it was the Friendly's ice cream. I would go there for, boy. Sometimes I'd go there just for lunch to have a Sunday. They had a, I don't even remember what they called it, but it was ugly and it would kill you if you weren't ready for it. Sugar coma instantaneous at a distance. It would just fucking knock your socks off. I used to like it with mint chocolate chip ice cream. And they had all kinds of different ice cream. Or you could get it any kind you wanted. It's kind of like Zips. You ever been to Zips? That was like the first time I'd ever seen any kind of ice cream in the world besides Baskin Robbins. But they had every fucking thing else you could imagine to go on top of it too. I was like, oh fuck. It was one of those ice cream bar things. I think that was the first ones that came out. I don't know, but it was real early on. So yeah, it's ice cream for ice cream. Whataburger? No. Oh, Whataburger, Freezer Bird. Oh, I don't know. Whataburger's okay. All these okay places kind of went downhill though. That's why they're only okay. I've never liked was it the In and Out? Those fuckers are extremely popular. I guess because they don't freeze their shit and they're fucking all fresh and whatever, whatever. Their fucking French fries taste like cardboard, and I really don't like their cheeseburgers. They don't hurt my belly like a McDonald's. I would eat at an In and Out, but only if I was like that was the only thing around to eat, and my stove was broke. But I mean, you guys have been along with us for the ride for many years. You haven't seen us eat out too much. I put all that money into the tank and I buy foods we cook. You know, it's if we ate out, oh God, man, that's just a week's worth of that. It's a whole tank of gas in this motherfucker. I couldn't justify any of that shit. We did eat out a couple times while we were on the road. Not too many, but we ate out a couple times while we were in Casper at that all-you-could-eat place because it was a good deal, $12 a head, and we just sat there and made pigs of ourselves. We only did that a couple of times too. Over a billion served. Yeah. When I was a kid, they served me quite a bit. Them little cheeseburgers. I used to like a McDonald's cheeseburger, but that changed, man. They don't make them anymore. I don't know what the fuck they're putting out, but it doesn't sit well with my belly. I can eat beef still. Occasionally I do. It doesn't hurt my belly if I eat it. Unless it's coming out of McDonald's cheeseburgers, man. Just a regular cheeseburger is enough of their fucking meat that hurts. It hurts my belly. I mean, that's all I can say. It causes physical crampy pain in my gut every time I eat one. So, well, the last two times I ate one, I thought the first one was a fluke. I was like, fucking there. Got the other one. I was like, well, it's like McDonald's is trying to poison me. That was a couple months apart, a couple cities apart. I was like, there's no way I'm stopping at McDonald's again. I sure did too. I'd buy them by the sackful. I really would. I would buy them by the fucking sackful. Oh, I loved them fucking things. They were delicious. They're not anymore. $25 gallons. This motherfucker here got upwards to 100-gallon tank. The cost of filling it went from about 250 to about 450 overnight. I was like, oh shit, that's an investment. We had to slow down a little bit to get here. It took about 3 weeks of work. But I mean, not to be all fair, I spent a few $100s on material to blow more glass. But yeah, it took about 3 weeks with a stop for glass specifically, get a case of glass and shit, some other things. So we did do that. That was all Denver, hanging out with Anna, and we benefited greatly from being there. I hadn't seen Anna in 3 years, and she went overboard with the graciousness and amazing gifts. And thank you again, Anna. Our medicinal needs have been taken care of for at least 2 trips like this. I can only imagine. So I said that ounce I threw at homeboy and got pressured into all that yesterday. Fucking, it was just a drop in a bucket, but it's beyond okay to do that to somebody. Anyways, we're good. We've been well taken care of and blessed by Anna as far as that goes. Junk food? I thought McDonald's was called fast food. Junk food's more like chips and cookies. I think actually, I gotta tell you, those are probably better for you than McDonald's cheeseburger. That's all I'm. That's all I'm trying to clarify. It's all, now, all semantics aside, I would agree. It's definitely junk food, but not necessarily junk food. God, the English language is a bitch, isn't it? You say something, it means something completely different than what somebody listening thinks you're saying. That's a good way to start arguments. Especially when you're hanging out with somebody that likes to argue anyway. That's a good one. To be continued. Better check on the dog food. I'm smelling it. And it's on full boil. What? Nobody's here taking your food. I'm cooking your lunch. Back off. Look out. Yeah. See? Nobody's out there. They're over there doing their thing. You leave them alone. They're praying for your well-being, puppies. All things good. So let them do their thing. I got to reiterate something that most of us know because we're old enough to remember 1978. What happened in 1978? A lot of things. One, this nation that was built upon religious freedom gave back the Native Americans the right to their religion in 1978. They actually had to make a special law to do that. Embarrassing. Now, as far as why did they do that? They were trying to kill the Indian, not the man. What does that mean? Well, the natives had this knowledge that we're uncovering, evidently, because they still do in a limited fashion. Some of them have more than others, but that's what the whole thing was about, to kick that knowledge out of them, keep them confused along with us. That way, when this time came, they're not running around telling everybody what's really going on. Funny, it seems to be what we're doing. And the ones that we're going around telling have some of this in their own knowledge, but the practices of sky watching and et cetera, have been lost. especially with this last bout of deaths that have been happening since we got in our RV. A lot of the older ones have died. Um, that's why. But yeah, they hadn't practiced this ceremony, and the only way they got the knowledge back is going back in history, looking at what their ancestors were telling white people they were doing. Mm, not sure they got the real story because of that. Yeah, well, there's no, to my knowledge, any actual documented proof of that anywhere, other than the fact that every now and again you run into a cannibal. Um, it's not normal in society. Not to say that there wasn't a Hannibal Lecter running around back in the day, but in general, I don't believe that for a minute. There's that. Um, Granted, there are some tribes that still do cannibalize, but not widely like they used to. And they definitely weren't American up here, from except for maybe the Anasazi or some shit. I don't know. There seems to be a couple of sites where there's broken human bones, got the marrow out of, but not prevalent. So that's all I'm saying. Sure, there was probably cannibalism all the way up to today. There's people eating people today in America. And you'll see them on the news every now and again. This motherfucker here. They're out there. I don't know what motivates that shit, but they're out there. I ain't going to deny that. But as a practice, we don't practice cannibalism in general, and haven't, as far as I can tell. There's some cases of it, but not in general. And a lot of times, when you find that that had happened, it would be a ceremonial thing and trying to take their enemy's power, kind of thing, or whatever, is what we're explained to. But it's not exactly the norm in society. And as far as the Civil War and all that, the Indian aggression and stuff, I don't think we were eating people. It's not one of the major complaints. We were doing horrible things to them, that's for sure. We gave them blankets, you know, and then we gave them mRNA. And they trusted the same people that gave them blankets. I found that kind of, like, heartbreaking. Cheers. I didn't trust them. They never gave me a blanket, but I knew about it. I would say roughly 100% it's going to happen by the end of this year. Um, if it doesn't, I'll be awful damn surprised. Because everything I've seen says we got 15 years, and then this is the count. The Lakota, same thing when we were here last time. And Bryce is still on the same calendar. He's like, this is the year, dude. I'm like, I know. So where's all this information? And so far, the information he gave me for surviving this time is the information I've given y'all. Same thing, same stuff. Same exact. Peace, love, remain calm, listen, follow, embrace yourself. Live the magnet. Pretty simple. I don't know what I expected. Why would mom leave anything out? It just seems unbelievable that it's that simple. But we're actually fulfilling a position in creation. We were made for this. Of course, it's going to be that. It's going to be that which what it would be easy for us in the first place because that's how we're designed. Okay, it just takes a little bit of understanding, so you're not afraid. And all the other things that come with that. Okay, I think we've got this. Now it's a matter of doing what we do, getting to know your creator, getting to know yourself, and what you can do to help people and animals and plants and Mother Earth. And instead of trying to see how you can get over people for the money so you can buy animals to eat. No. You got to pay your rent. I wouldn't strive to succeed very hard in this society today. I have, for example, been on the road for 4 years, and the thoughts have come to me. Well, we saw all the tribes and we did what we could do. Um, when do I get to get a place again and start having a normal life? I don't. Fucking period. Makes sense. There ain't gonna be even fucking road tar left by the time this shit's done. Why am I gonna waste all my time and energy for months and months fucking renting a place or putting towards a fucking down payment on something that's gonna blow away? It's like, well, yeah, that's. I'm thankful for what I have. One day I won't have it. Hopefully, I have another solution. But this thing will blow away someday. And that's reality. So until it's over, I suppose This isn't about getting back into society. Why would I? It's gone. That's what I'm saying. It just why would I? Not like I was ever much into society. I'm just saying, renting a house and all that normal shit uh, included. But I've always kind of made my own money. Uh, Very independent that way. Not that hasn't changed generally. So, well, I mean, like if I was in the house today, I would be in the dungeon working my ass off because one, I can, two, I can, three, I kind of need to. But all that's put aside because we're doing something more important that isn't that, and it does always tend to find food in my belly and gas in our tank. So I'm not worried about it anymore. It took me 4 years to realize, this isn't. It's not just me out here. You guys have helped, and
This is mid-swing. I don't expect anything to slow down until creators makes us slow down. I said I'm supposed to follow this wind, and it led us here. Mom showed me the flags and made it clear to me. I'm like, I already noticed that the wind had been odd, and so did the people around me. It's blowing really hard out of the east for days. Doesn't do that normally. But 2 weeks, we've been sitting there for 2 weeks, and that fucking wind never changed direction. It had died down, and then it'd pick up again, same direction. I'm like, that's weird. That was weird. And then yesterday it changed. It blew us here, and now it's blowing back that way again. I'm supposed to follow the wind, and I got to tell you, it's telling me things. It's telling me to sit here till I keep saying Tuesday. Why did I say that again? Till Sunday. This thing's over Sunday. That's twice I've done that now. Tuesday came out of my mouth twice. What's Tuesday? What is the universe screaming Tuesday in my fucking heart for? Because it came out like just twice. I don't know. That might be an exciting day. I don't know.
No idea. Maybe I'm just a fucking middle case. I'll tell you who's going to tell you, though. Scientific Timmy will probably have an update. Tell you exactly why I'm grifty Satan mispronouncing shit. Work on it, Timmy. Oh, yeah, misinterpretation of what's really going on, and
It's a hobby of mine to sit in there and make very factual comments that people don't like.
I go and hunt down Fox newscasts just to see what they're saying.
And there you go. The Amy, one of the main reasons they don't want to believe the truth is because the truth puts their responsibility right in their own hands for everything. If you're sitting on your couch and you're fucking poo pooing somebody for doing something, you're the problem. If you're sitting on your couch just quietly cheering for somebody, you're the problem. You need to grow a voice. You need to do your due diligence. You need to embrace your magnet and live. Don't sit and stagnate. We've got information how to heal, how to grow younger, how to as you're healing. Look at me. I got dark hair, a lot darker than it was. It's still silvery, but it's getting darker. I who else gets pure fucking white hair and then goes dark? Got dark roots coming in. What the fuck is really going on? Stop stressing. Stop stressing over every goddamn thing that comes down the fucking line. Trying to control it. Too goddamn pragmatic and stupid for my own good. I realized, yeah, this is important, but if it was up to me, we would have failed a long time ago. Let go. Creator's fucking driving. I just got to steer the bus. He's got the map. Start interacting with first creation, acting like you're designed to do. Yeah, that kind of helps your energy flow a little bit. Your heart gets really light. And you find yourself laughing and smiling a lot. Even in a shitty situation, it's like, fuck, what the hell? Because you never know what's coming next. And you know you're in that shitty situation because you're supposed to be. All right, let's see what's going on. Stress on it. It could be shitty. It's not really shitty. Yeah, we're okay.
just isn't going the way I had envisioned it. But I mean, go figure. When does it? I had plans of coming here, helping and rolling on quickly. We're still here. The guy that asked us to help him ended up in the hospital for the last 2 weeks getting amputations. We're supposed to be getting out today. And they live on in your heart and your memory, and their souls are still very much here. We can communicate with that too, but don't get me started. Timmy's gonna go on a demonic raid of me talking to ghosts and shit. So it's an electromagnetic thing. It's our soul. The EM field is inseparable. And we kind of got the master of the M side over here of billions of magnets with our E soul. And when we let go, we're still here. We just let go. We're still here. But apparently, they have this fucking machinery 5 miles below us. They call arcs that suck us in at 1748 hertz. If we walk into the light, I think that's the trap. Not sure. I understand it is. Sure makes sense. Why I see a lot of people just standing around some nights like they're waiting on something. We're the ghosts. We just still blinded by this magnetic shit we got around us. That's why you can feel, I've felt patches since she died. I know she's here. 1748, baby. It's magic. Magnet, not magic. Seems magic to somebody or inexplainable, you know, if you don't understand just that simple truth about your soul. You're left in question. Do I even have one? Let alone should have let Jesus have it. I mean, if you don't have one, it kind of depersonalizes it and makes you want to find one through Jesus, doesn't it? And it's like, I've been there. But if you understand what it is and you can get it down to your thumbprint and the atomic level up to the galaxy, it's like, yeah, I think I don't want a lawyer when I go home to my creator. I'm going to really work on this because now I know we're not killers. We're not warriors unless we're warriors for protection and healing. Because that's what we do. We don't attack. We don't kill each other. We're like the medic on the field. Play your part. Mom really has warriors. They're the ones that keep us out of her son inside of her womb that was made for us. Because of the way we act. We're grown. Not really imminently needed at this exact minute. And in the reality of creation, if we can't do our job, everybody goes home. Anyway. They know their game. You know why? Look, go ahead and infinite circle me. Those warriors that keep us out of Mom's life force are actually the creators. They work for him, or in her life force. They'll keep us out. If we don't have the right frequency, we're not going to do any good anyway.
fucking obvious.
That's between a planet and its stewards. To be in a symbiotic relationship, that's not their business. They're to protect her life force against us, against that energy we carry of destruction and hate, and vile and revenge and all that. All that. Skin hate, money hate, hate. Keeps us out of there. That's it. Simple as that. And they can read our old language. That's the only one they speak, I think. From any descriptions I've ever seen of them, and there's a lot, is they're the tall grays. They ain't from space. Those guys aren't. That's a big misconception. I've seen them. They're inside mother's sun. There's a big egg inside there, bigger than, with more land mass than what we got here. And it's full of them, making the cities for us ornate and beautiful. I hope you call them ant people. Description. So that's who keeps us out. They monitor us every now and again, apparently. We've had many people describe interactions with them. Some of them are in small groups. I'm not convinced that that's the same ones I was looking at, unless they're your kids. These guys look pretty tall. I've seen some evidence that apparently the Anunnaki tried to genetically create something like that, and they lost their asses real quick. Because I mean, that's creators. There ain't no overcoming that one. That's why they're there. That's why they fear them. They talk about them, the ones who dwell below. I mean, they're only allowed 5 miles down. That's it. That's all they got. They tell us that in their own language. They don't go no deeper. They're in the crust. They're not that deep. We've drilled holes deeper. It's funny, speaking of holes, every time we seem to drill a hole or dig a hole, there's one of theirs. And we got to concrete it in. There's a lot more than I thought there was. Just out in the United States. There's a lot of shit going on that I was like, what the fuck? And it's out there. It's actually documented, but it's like YouTube's picking up on anything they can find, and they find a lot of shit. I'm like, well, it is documented. They'll even leave the QR codes to the documentations and shit on some of these documentaries I watch. Like, okay. That's, damn. I didn't know that. Kind of thing. All over the damn place. Fuck, I've lived there in a lot of places. Didn't know. That would include North Carolina out there in the Smokies and shit. I had no idea some of that shit was going on out there back in the day, and it's documented. I'm like, well, that sounds pretty fanciful, but if you actually understand that they should be finding things like that, it's no surprise, actually. They should be finding things like that. We have walked how many mesas and mountains and knowing what they are. They're not what they say they are. And of course they got tunnels in them because when we built them, we put service tunnels in them and some access tunnels in all the complexes, like smart people would. But they want us to be dumb. We're at the apex of human civilization. Don't pay attention to hundreds of thousands of years ago. Look at the strides we've made since, what is it, 1912 or 16 when the Wright brothers took off in the little pedal bike. We've been to the moon. We got satellites. Shit. We couldn't have done that before this. Black light satellite, or black night satellite. Beep, beep, beep. Pay no attention to that anomaly. It's just space junk making noise. Tesla picked up. he's a fringe guy anyway. I'm paying attention to Tesla. His trunks got confiscated by Donald Trump's uncle. You can trust that. His family's been in this since before then. You start looking into Donnie and Hillary and like their bloodline. I think they're like 8th cousins, but they're in the bloodline. And if you're over diaper age at the ripe age of the 90s, you'll have remembered Donnie through the 70s and 80s for being exactly what he is. And I remember something called the Spirit of New York. And if you look, that's Donald Trump's yacht. Nobody's talking about. Why? Because it was public knowledge and fanfare when he took 14-year-old Miss Teen USA contestants out on there with international businessmen. His Miss Teen USA contestants, of course. And then all of a sudden there's hundreds of millions of dollars in sexual assault allegation settlements that you start running into. Some decisions. Of course, he's just paying for one of those. He's a convicted sexual, like he's a rapist, convicted. It's even sad to say. It's like, Jesus, dude. So many people think, oh, I've got Trump derangement syndrome. No. Actually, I don't. It's fucking terrible. And then on top of the fucking Stormy Daniels and all that shit, too. I'm like, you want to talk about Trump derangement syndrome? Maggot. What the fuck? Unbelievable. Anyway, it's not by accident. None of this is by accident. The goddamn Crown Vatican DC Corporation has ruled the world. Vatican Crown, since Anu handed down the kingships and priesthoods from planet Heaven, specifically from planet Heaven, and the Mesopotamian Tablets of Destiny, aka Stone of Scone, Charlie just got goddamn coronated on. They're still playing the same game. Nothing's changed since Sumer, but they keep writing different stories. And it all stays the same. Now at this point in time, everybody thinks it's like literally a Cinderella fucking movie. Kind of like, oh wow, look, the president just got knighted by the queen. I remember a couple of them in my lifetime. and it was all controversial. Like, why are they doing that? It's the Knights of Malta, motherfucker. You're the warring arm of the Pope. That's why. Oh, it's Cinderella. No. That's why you're blowing people up right now.
By contract. Who, Lee? Oh. Doomsday predictions. Oh. It's,
See, and that's another thing. Why would he say doomsday? You're a steward and protector of all life. You live in a symbiotic, fucking natural environment. I'm going by the laws of physics and what has been handed to us and what people knew and know. We're sitting while he's in his couch complaining about us doing stuff with the people who have held this tradition since the end of time, in the beginning of time, and they're still doing it. We're at a Sundance. It's renewing. It's unified. It's a giving of self for the betterment of the big. Is what we're sitting here right now partaking in. I'm sitting here explaining how we have a safe zone, literally designed by an amazing creator. He wants a name. It definitely ain't Yahweh. Jesus warned us about him in the older Bibles before they cut all the books out of it and made James, which is actually a newer version of that cut. I've made videos, and if he wants to disc the fact that King through Z before James got their hands on it, each and every version being different, right down to the New Age Bible, which doesn't even read like the King James. It's like, okay, wouldn't you want to get closer to the source? I mean, that's kind of why they put it in your face that there's Bible canon, the original books, okay? So I went to Hebrew because I knew the Torah was the origins of the Bible and Quran. And I started looking, and I'm like, there's older books yet. Dude, the truth is in the older books, although I wouldn't hang on it as pure truth. It's the victor of a war, planet Heaven versus planet Earth. It tells in the pre-Genesis how we got stuck here on this low sun. I was like, wow, okay, Cretaceous boundary, big atoms, smaller molecules on the one side now, because we were on the blue sun. Now we're on the white sun, or yellow sun. It's white right now. And we're going back to the blue sun. Is that doomsday? No, we're going to our original sun, our original polarity, our original energy flow. It's actually pretty fucking exciting if you can get into the fact that our Creator made a very living being called a planet and named it first creation. That first creation does not mean that he took a Google eye and stuck it on the rock and said, look at my first creation. No. That's not the kind of first creation this is. First creation. Closer to God than I. Riding the Birkeland current through Creator's amazing design. several magnets, aka souls, putting out Lagrange points and holding and creating life through the creator of the universe. Not some little man wearing big shoes named fucking Yahweh that had to blow crevices inside of Earth, as Toth explains, and put those machines in there. It wasn't just Toth. We can find the soul recycling in the Bible. And in the Ethiopian version, the story is exactly what I just said. And it's your Jesus telling you about it. And the archons, and what they do with our energy, and why they keep us fighting each other. James doesn't say that. They took a lot of those books out and made Jesus fit their narrative. Period. Now, if you live in fear of what's coming, that's your fault. Because you don't understand how amazing you are. And you have the opportunity to sit back and talk to your Creator. Even that book says so, but you don't even partake in that. I know. Ask me how. Because you simply wouldn't be allowed to act like that in your own heart. Because you know I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. I haven't been wrong. I keep hitting head on. Ask anybody here. Ask yourself. You sit there and tell people the moon isn't doing a cartwheel. You got to lay on your back. And you have to take these pictures that are just a picture of the moon and lay them up just right to look at the moon. Because you're not going to look at the actual moon. Because even laying on your back at rise, and people can actually look up the moon rise and look to the eastern horizon and see that motherfucker looks like a frown. And then they can take their eyes off of it and go do their day. 12 hours later, it will sit on the western horizon. I don't care if you're laying on your back or standing on your head. Relation to the fucking horizon, it's going to look like a creepy grin. We've seen the grin all over fucking Facebook, so I know they see in it. But a lot of them aren't looking right now with the moon not looking like a grin. You can see it in the day, but they're busy at work. Or whatever they're doing. They're not looking for the frown in the sky. They're debating, is the grin normal? No. There is such a thing as a wet moon. But if you look, it wasn't laying down like a grin, and it's not supposed to. And even if it was, it would have risen a grin and set a grin. No, it rose a frown. An absolute fucking frown on the horizon. And on the next horizon, it will set like a grin, regardless if you're standing on your head. So the only people fooled by that are ones who had to take literally him by his word. And it made them feel comfortable and blinded them. It tasted sweet. That's the truth. And anything doomsday carries the same weight as that. Because this is not a doomsday. This is our Creator's design. Where we shine and act like stewards. And these people who want to grip onto a lie and demonize for it. Okay, so that's over there. And we're going to shine. We're going to continue working on our magnet, not give a fuck. except for one little tiny thing. I have hope. One day. Pray to get through to him. Because it's obviously beyond me. And he'll join the chain and act like a grown steward, protector of life. And stop being so damn angry about everything and making up shit just to fit your narrative, just like the book you're reading. So it doesn't surprise me when he does these things. He's literally acting like the book he holds in his hand and upholds as the Word of God. So if he believes that, then it's within his power to manipulate anything, to make anything that doesn't fit in that book demonic. It doesn't matter. He is justified in his heart to steal and murder in order to do that, just like a good Jesuit. They like fear. This isn't about fear. Like I said, if you have any fear in your heart, you need to do your homework. You need to get over there. On my fucking post section, I've made it very easy. They're all up top. I made them. Raw math. Prove me wrong. How to a star. Or how to a sun. Star. Whatever I named it. Prove me wrong. I could have made billions. I give it to you freely. Go change the world. Prove me wrong. Nobody. Nobody. But they'll take this nice still shot and talk about how I'm a demon. They'll put me next to a fucking demon or overlay a demon. And have to edit my words to make me say shit. It is what it is. He has no truth to work with. And thank you for letting me know. I'm, like I said earlier, I'm sure I've already been tagged and I will see it. I'll get why I'm such a dickhead at some point today. Jimmy's off vacation for the next 2 weeks, I think. What does he think he's doing? I can prove my words, and he's over there acting a fool to the point that his literal subs are going in there and saying stuff to him about what a fool he looks like. And then he accused him of being me. Like, I'm out here actually experiencing life, and I still got time to sit and make me a Timmy fake account. No. And my son said something to him the other day. And I don't think he understood what he said, one. And two, he didn't accuse him of being me. He's a lot closer to me than this other guy that he's accusing of being me, just because of how he hit Lee with, dude. I'm like, so yeah, it's just showing me Lee's got fucking deep-seated issues. So, and that was kind of pointed out to me by our friend Vigorous, because I had overlooked some stuff. I didn't realize what Lee's actual motivation was. And along with the fact that we watched him change his shit for Derek Bros directly, he wasn't hard to turn, and there's a reason, I guess. Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, I'm not trying to serve anything dark. I'm all about our creation and what makes sense. And we were drawing on the walls of Giza, not gods, but planets and suns and
how our frequencies interact and what we're supposed to fucking do. We were not worshiping Ra and Isis. We were revering them as first creation and showing how we best work with them through the design of physics our Creator gave us. It's not doomsday. It's fucking amazing. Now, if you can't embrace that, then it might be doomsday. It just might be doomsday for you. Because one sun makes a tone. We've discussed that. And we're out here. These people, these people, the Lakota Sioux, the Cheyenne River tribe, has these little whistles. I don't know what they're made of. Some kind of reed. And they're all fashioned pretty much the same way. And in the beginning, the guy who announces says, "All right, boys, keep blowing. This is an ancient language." And then they started blowing, marching around doing the sun dance. That's how, and the whistles keep going with the drum the entire time. They're doing their thing. The entire time they're blowing whistles while they're doing everything about the dance. And yeah, it was to the point that I knew what it was. Because I could hear it, and I've heard it before. It's that tone. The sun is singing. So three of them come together, and you got a chord. Living in a vibratory world, 1748 hertz oscillation through every atom. I can only imagine a chord set up and designed by the Creator is going to be able to be that voice of God, the big reset, the conflagration, cleansing and fire. They have so many different terms for it, including in the Bible. They describe it, of course, because it wouldn't be the play without it. It's not a fearful thing. We were never afraid of it before, and we're still here. It's just your time to shine, and it's that free will. Are you going to embrace how amazing your Creator is, or are you going to keep in some book? Because you haven't looked into the temple at all. You haven't given a thought as to what a body is or a head. I'm a big fan of the Christ. I've always said that, Lee. You're Jesus, the lawyer. I don't want the lawyer in my life. I don't need the lawyer. And if I burn in eternal hell for going to my Father without a lawyer when I go home, so fucking be it. That should weigh nothing on you. But I don't think that's what's going to happen, bro. Actually, I know that's not what happens. So, there's nothing you're going to ever do to sway me from listening to the Creator and our Mother, because they speak very clearly. A lot clearer than you. And it's never to harm anyone or drag them to their death before anybody. Your doomsday stuff is just too old. It's gotta go. This isn't fear. This is a creation demands something of you. Boy, grow up or nothing to do with me or Jesus. He can't speak for you here. You're going to be atomized, bro. You deal with that on the other side. Bye-bye. That's not doomsday. That's holy fuck, I can actually breathe clean air. I'm not afraid dumb is going to get fucking attached to me as some kind of fucking nasty airborne disease. Because I don't know how you get that dumb. It's got to be something like that. I'll be able to breathe freely. We don't need your genes in the next pool, bro. And that's your own choice. It ain't Jesus bringing you in front of nobody. That's called our Creator. Needs 3 waves of energy to make a DNA. Where'd you get 3 energies from? The sun's a pretty good idea. Now we can have life, and they create life. And in the fact that there are 3 suns that can make life, the reset, the cleansing, the making sure life doesn't get the fuck out of control and destroy the whole universe, is set in each and every fucking life-giving solar system. If you lose your symbiosis with a plant, you stop breathing. If you lose your symbiosis with a planet, you stop existing. Dick. That's not doomsday. That's called wake the fuck up, grow up, bitch. Your sons are fixing to snap a fucking tone that's going to wake you down. All the way to the atom. And then you got to start again. You control billions of atoms right now. You've been honored as a steward. Act like it. Or go away. It's okay. You're not going to burn in hell. But you're going to learn a lesson in patience. I'll tell you that right now. For fuck's sake. Maybe a little bit of understanding too. So I'd work on that and do a few push-ups. Working out with God. I'm just referring to your own videos. You're the one that did it. You got your dick out online too. What the hell kind of person are you, man? Just to begin with that. Then you want to make fun of me because I'm sitting here telling the truth. That it can be verified. It can all be verified. Your fucking moon's doing a cartwheel and has been for a while. We've been 312 native tribes. Look at the actual timeline. Say, are Native American tribes building greenhouses? And AI says what? Aggressively. They've begun building greenhouse complexes like it's confused as to why. They'll go on for food security and feed their families. I'm like, yep, that's the important part. They don't have to mention the fucking crazy motherfucker. You know why, Lee? Because you watched us hit every one of them. Before they started building greenhouses. You even heard, because I know you listen to every word, you even heard several of them inside my pocket. Some of them on camera. Ah, it makes sense. We got a blue sun, and the crops are dying, and somewhere, I never asked, but somewhere in their teachings, they made the connections and made greenhouse complexes, and we went on to the next dot. Now, here's the funny thing. I thought we were going to backtrack red dots that would listen and learn stuff. Because I don't know, again, I didn't ask. It wasn't within my capacity or the set of rules to do so. Now I'm allowed to ask. There's a different set of rules. I'll be goddamn if we ain't. I'm already seeing the path. If it goes on, it's not to any of those red dots. It's to the ones that didn't. See where we're at? Took me a minute to. It's like, oh, it's never like I thought it was. Okay.
Hear the whistles? They're literally speaking with the sun. I like that. It's hopeful. I can't wait to talk to Bryce. He's getting out of the hospital today. I just learned that yesterday because they tolerated my presence in one of their most holy. It's a 4-day prayer. It's a 4-day prayer to the creation, to the Creator, for peace and unity and love for all, not for themselves. It's very specifically for anybody but themselves in this prayer. That's what I love about it, because I'm always grateful for what I have, and I thank Creator for everything I have, and I don't ask anymore. I used to, because they tell you to. You're like, ask Creator, he'll give it to you. Pray to God. No, I won't ever again. Sometimes I find myself in weakness. Oh, Lord, help us all. Well, it's already helping us. And I switch that direction. I correct myself. See? Here he knows. Thank you. Who am I to even say help us all? Like as if we need it, because you're already there in every atom. That's about as long as my doubt was anymore. I can't help it. I've seen crazier things. So have you. And you know it wasn't screen scripted. You watched the whole goddamn thing with me. Nothing I do is monetized or screen scripted. I think what good fucking morning is how I start out my lives a lot in videos. That just the first fucking sentence denotes the fact that I'm not getting money on that one. Why would I even just click the monetize button? I never have. It's sitting there rusting in place where it was the first fucking day I came into this channel. I know better. I'm not biting my tongue as much as possible. And if I have to, I don't like making that video. And I'll make a video letting you know I don't like making that video though. Wicked web they weave, and it's all about figuring out ways to use their tools against them. We're getting pretty good at it over time. But I find it funny that this guy's just, relentless. It's funny. We're still here. We're still talking, and he's making it like we're doomsdaying. You know, like, why would that be? We live in a three-sun system. It's not doomsday. It's a guarantee of a couple of things. One, being life. Two, if it gets out of control, bitch slap. Ooh, that's good. That's good. That's a good design. That's a good design. I can put my fucking thumb on that one. I can actually make sense out of it with math. I don't need a book. I never had a book. I found the books because I was seeing things, and then all of a sudden I'm seeing people writing about these things that I'm seeing as a result of seeing these things. See, the eyes are open, now I'm seeing shit. It makes sense. It sure does. Your eyes are like this. What the fuck do you see, dude? A bunch of words written by man? That's what you see. A bunch of words written by man. Good luck with that. It might be doomed for you. I'm not saying, I'm not judging, I'm just saying. If you can't fucking... It might be. I'd say you got a better chance of dooming it out than anybody paying attention over here. I gotta go there. I gotta say, I would I would think you're closer than maybe not me. Maybe not me. I'm not trying to judge. There's a lot of people. So blink it out. Have fun. These real estate before you make that shit. So far, then hell of a cool ride. Beautiful. Every day's different. And we've been watching this show for a while. It started out scary because I didn't really understand my position in it. I understood the position of where we were in his life. Like, uh-oh, we got incoming. That's all the information I had. And I got federation. No fear. No doom. Doom doesn't happen on our watch. But I would still be asleep. Why would I be standing here and everybody else knowing all this stuff if we weren't going to use it? That's just a cool joke by the creator on himself. That's sorry, you lose. Again, you can't convince me. I've been over this in my own damn head. I could think of more horrible things than you. You're a kid. I've seen more horrible things than you could describe. I've been part of it. A surgery master, Crown Vatican DC Corporation. Hey, kid. How you doing? Good. Did you get hot? Hungry?
Interesting dance. Interesting dance.
Uh-huh. I thought so. Son made the dogs lunch.
Hoisting someone up by the tree, by their back, on hooks.
Okay.
Interesting.
I didn't see that part of it. I figured today would be different.
That was the second dance, though. And the first
Have
one.
you seen them rip them out of themselves yet?
That was what they did. That's how they ripped it out. That's how they ripped out the hooks. They hoisted him and pulled him down. And before that, he was just flying up there. I feel that the ripping out is a representation of what we give to the Creator after we move on.
Well, it's the ripping of the flesh and the pain and the giving to your bloody core for better humanity and peace and community. Anything better for others other than yourself is what that pain is for. Yes, absolutely.
And the trees seem to symbolize literally a family tree of sons.
A couple things, I think.
But I think it's also family tree of sons.
Kip ain't gonna rest until you love him. Yeah, I didn't see the suspension yesterday.
Yeah, that was
Although I had an idea that that's probably the guy that was dancing around the pole all day yesterday. That's how he was going to end it. But I'm not sure. Is there someone holding the pole down in between each one today?
the pole down.
Yeah, like he's attached to it. all
Oh yeah,
day.
the big pole with the string, the rope.
Yeah, one of them stays there on the edges all day. He was there all day yesterday.
Oh, one of the ones with them on.
On
Yes,
the front.
he was there. He was up there
Okay.
walking
Now,
around.
what I noticed about him, instead of the bare hooks, he's got like a piercing bead kind of with the hook inside that, kind of protecting him throughout the whole ceremony, I think, from infection and shit.
Because they're doing good piercers. They're up there with their fucking
Their
equipment.
gloves and.
I'm all like, oh shit, dude.
It's
They're,
like, well,
they're
they
doing it
definitely
very
know what
sterile.
They're fucking doing.
They're doing
They're
it.
feeling out the flesh to see where they need to pierce it.
They're being careful. They're
And
being
I saw
good.
that for the woman, they pierced them with feathers on their arms.
And they get theirs yanked too.
Seeing all the women with
I told you
marks
it's
on their
pretty
arms.
intense,
It
bro,
is, but
isn't
it
it?
makes sense.
It does.
It's all
I get it.
symbolism.
And I'm like, if you want to go to that route to pray your thanks and your praise to the Creator and all that and show your dedication.
I feel the white is more to symbolize the really. All suns can come in any color, really. I'm pretty sure that's
See, I
what the
think
white is supposed to represent.
I was having the feeling it's not a fourth sun.
It's not a fourth sun, but it's more a representation of every other color of sun.
Alright.
I'm pretty sure that's what they're trying to represent there. Of course, it's the sun dance, so they need the three colors that are our main suns.
And
But then they represent all other suns because it's a sun dance.
maybe all three spectrums make white light too.
It could be true as well.
Not sure how that works.
But I'm just thinking.
Yeah,
it's-
exactly what you're saying. Yes, except
probably-
I just did it in a physics manner. Look at you.
And it looks like
You
the
definitely a little changed today.
flags.
And when you left a couple hours ago, I see it in his eyes.
The flags seem to represent like the cosmic tails of the sun.
Of those suns.
The sticks are the suns
And
themselves.
yes, I think so.
The trees seem to represent the family tree of those specific suns.
The DNA
Mhm.
formed by those suns.
The small trees, I'm talking little saplings.
I think we're bound by the ropes.
And it
the
makes
hooks.
sense there's two. It makes sense there's two saplings for each color because there's two souls for each sun.
I agree. I saw a lot of symbols there that made sense. Exactly, representing suns. And that pipe.
And I feel the sun symbol, the red and blue for the main parts, and then there's the yellow on the outside, which I feel kind of represents it's a common color of sun, and then the white kind of feels like it's representing the rest of the colors of sun that can exist.
That too. I also see red and blue as they are. They travel together, and yellow
They
is
travel
separate.
together.
And yellow separate.
And yellow separate.
And there's a division in between. The stars, I guess, the light. I see that too. I see that. Yeah. It's a lot of wisdom is held in our symbolism.
And the
Their-
drum?
Their symbolism.
The drum is definitely that rhythm creator. That's what that represents.
I think so.
Because I
The
was
deeper
looking at
voice
them
of creator
doing
through
the,
space that
I
the
was
sun
looking
is
at them
riding
doing
on,
the
right?
drums, and they have like a whole team all
Uh-huh.
around that one drum.
Yes, yes.
And I'm like, well,
Yes.
that's the aspect that would be an aspect creator bringing one tone
the
to all the
vibration
suns.
to all the suns. God. Yeah. I saw that too. And they're fucking, they've got 3 of them. And there's like 9 of them. And there's 3 of them doing one pattern as another one's doing another pattern on the same drum, man. It's like, oh.
And it all resonates.
See, I didn't talk about any of that till you get back. Yeah, I got goosebumps. Everything I saw yesterday kept goosebumps on my ass. It's like, oh. I made sense out of it too. They're blowing whistles that sound like the sun when you fucking close your eyes, and then you come back here. I did yesterday. I was listening to the sun. I'm like, oh yeah, that's, jeez, dude. Centuries old. They're making the sound of a sun that we can only hear today through
It's
satellites.
symbolism. Everything means a lot of different things.
How did they have the right tones and idea that even the sun sounds like that?
It's crazy.
That's the brilliance of creators shining through what we used to do and what we're picking up. It's creators amazing.
It's not doomsday. I like catfish. How you doing, Eric?
I like the catfish. Just good nuggets. Good food. Well, thank you. That's what we do here. We share information.
I'd say the most interesting are definitely what's in the front and center. Stabs and shit.
I started realizing tradition, Native American tradition, holds the wisdom that they were attempting to strip from them. Brilliant. A lot of the rattles will have semantic patterns on them. And if you look into the rattle itself, it has to have certain material in it and then add a cadence. And it's like, huh. Semantic pattern matches the cadence and the amount of balls you got in the damn thing. And it started from there. I was like, look. I'm like, yep. I was like, okay. Amazing.
That precise with their sense.
So everything they started drawing, I started looking at in a literal sense with the knowledge filter, and I found an awful lot of stuff. And then today, he's confirming a lot of shit I noticed yesterday.
I'd say the most interesting parts of the flags.
I
is
told
the
you,
green flag.
I just warned you about the brutality part, and I said, go.
The green
I let
flag
him
is an
go as a
interesting one
virgin
for me
too,
'cause
and he
it's-
come back, his eyes are still like this. He saw stuff today. Never seen it.
I'd say the most interesting of the flags is definitely the green flag because it's a rarer flag, but it's still represented.
Isn't it? What do you
And
think
it's
that stands
always, I'm also noticing it's always on the clothes. It's always the bottommost line.
for?
That's Mother Earth.
That's Mom's green sun. Mm, mm, mm.
It's a rarer flag too on the tree, but it's still represented.
It is represented. Yes.
And it's also a flag that's not really braided as much in the other.
No, totally by
It's
itself.
more by itself
It's
than
by
anything.
itself. It's Mother's son, her eternal soul, represented in that. I've seen that.
But I'd say the most intricate parts of their symbolism is definitely in those stabs. I don't know exactly
the
how
wheel
much
and all
stuff.
that.
All of those things.
The wheel
hook,
staff and the hook.
the
and,
hook,
yeah,
the
yeah,
big
yeah,
staff. All of them
Didn't
have
get
a
a good look
lot
at
of
'em.
symbolism. But
Yeah, yeah.
fuck.
I'd like to have a couple hours each just to
Mhm.
look at it, not touch it, just to look at it and walk around it.
What animal parts are actually where and what colors gradient into other colors.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a lot of symbolism in just a couple of sticks.
Yeah, so yeah, we're seeing a lot of the same things that make a lot of the same sense, and it does. It looks like they even incorporated the Birkeland current into.
Mm-hmm. That's
their
what I'd say
ceremony.
is the whole circle of flags. That's the entire Birkeland current
Yeah,
that
and the-
everyone's running around.
and the rhythm of yeah,
Uh-huh.
exactly. Yes, they included that in it, and the sound the sun makes. For God's
Mhm.
sake, okay. I'm.
I sure you want to give kisses?
I was sitting there. That's the first thing that hit me yesterday was the flutes. I was like, "Oh wow, they're not playing a song. It's an ancient language." I know who speaks that.
Do you want to give kisses? Oh my God, you want to give kisses?
That guy speaks that. I've heard it several places from several different satellites playing the same thing.
And I will say, it seems that the dancers are playing as sons, of course, but they also seem to also represent humanity.
Humanity at the same time. Thank you. Yes, there's a dual meaning in that. Yes, sir. I gotta agree.
Because they still do actions and stuff regarding the song and the dance routine.
Hmm.
Like I saw them, a quartet of them, carry out sticks to some elders.
Oh yeah, the interchanges in between
Mm-hmm.
the hanging of hooks and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and after, and the way they circle the post
Mhm.
clockwise rotation, everything goes around the left side and back
Mm-hmm.
of the post in a building manner, you know,
Mm-hmm.
that kind of shit, that kind of energy, the same way we orbit. So,
A lot of interesting symbology.
mm-hmm. See, I haven't bothered anybody. Nobody looked at me.
Nope.
Anybody say anything to you at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mostly greetings. Hello. What are you doing here for? Probes.
What'd you tell them you're here for?
Watch the dance.
Okay.
And there was also some small little things I noticed too. They would wave their little feather wings at certain people or those who aren't here to be able to do so. The ones that are represented by chairs because they're gone.
Hmm.
They would wave their wings at the chairs or certain people
I
in the
noticed that
crowd,
too. I have
or
no idea what that has.
or the person that's tied to the tree by the
Mhm,
chest.
mhm,
They'd wave
mhm.
their wings around him too.
I imagine sending him waves of energy. I'm not sure actually what that represents, but yeah. Yep. So you go back?
Figured you'd want to.
Feel free.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting dance.
Grab yourself something to eat if you're going.
Mm-hmm.
Soup's not ready.
You look fucking excited.
I didn't realize they were out of food.
I have some to buy them.
Well, I made them some food
Mm-hmm.
because we're not anywhere where we can
I'm just saying I have
buy. That's
the
good.
capability.
Good. Thank you, Mom. I'm sure. Or Aunt Angel, somebody. Mom. Okay, there you go. Thanks, Mom, for dog food.
It's expensive. Oh, well, yeah, that might not be a good chance of doing that for the normal person because we've been met at the door twice. What up, Jamie? How you doing? Yep, exactly. We've been met at the door twice. It's just a matter, we've spoken about this, being respectful.
But yeah, I can tell you what you mean by it was brutal. That's fucking crazy. They had to bring him down like 3 times. Like that. Like, ow. I'm just saying. Like, ow.
Yeah, that would hurt. And that's the whole point of
I
it.
know.
That's what I said. I said,
I wasn't too squeamish when he was just floating around there with his wings. I was like, okay, that looks a little fun, actually.
I said that their goal is the same one we have, which is beautiful. And we take little jabs of pain every day.
Mhm.
I'd much rather do that than hang from a hook. But it is over pretty quick. It's like, boof, ow.
I guess
Boy, the
that's your
ropes
background.
bounce. Ooh. Yesterday they weren't suspending from the back.
Mhm.
Well, they were in the end. They did that, but in the beginning they started with the chest ones, and there was like 3 or 4 of them all at once, and then they fucking, whichever popped it off the first was like, I think it was a race. You get them hooks out.
There was only one per one of those before
so
they
you
got
saw-
the
okay,
person
okay.
on the back.
And then on the back, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Okay, so you saw the whole thing. You should go watch the rest of it. No?
Never.
Well, okay. Well, I think he's going to go watch the rest of it. Yes or no?
I don't know. And then
Yeah.
it's an interesting thing I want to think over.
Okay, cool. Suck it in for a minute. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, you know. They take it, I think, a little more serious than I do at some point. This is a 4-day prayer. These guys are going through fasting and all kinds of shit. I fasted yesterday for like intentionally for the first time in my life and almost died twice. I was like, fuck, dude, that's not for me. It's truly not for me. I could barely maintain consciousness, and I had to get down a couple times just by standing up, and it caused severe cramping. So I decided that was not the way I need to. I didn't wake up feeling clean. You know what I mean? I was like,
The way those two.
I'm really fucked up from not eating yesterday.
The way the two dances worked out too was interesting because, of course, the first one was overcast,
Mm-hmm.
and then the second one, the sun
The
was
sun comes out. Huh? I saw that. I was like, oh, nice. They was doing the whistles too, and the sun came
The
out.
first one, they fucking went more for the tree, straight to the tree, because of course that's what represented the suns. And when the suns came out, they more represented to the sun itself, which was an interesting contrast to see.
It was overcast and looked like it was set in too.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, look, he got a cool day. He started blowing that whistle, and the sky said,
The clouds are gone.
you see, it's sunny now.
Those clouds are
Jamie,
gone.
their whistles sound like the sun. And when they stepped out yesterday, he says, keep your whistles blowing, boys. This is an ancient language. I was like, and it's still spoken today? Well, as good as these piercers are, I could see that it's probably not actually a whole lot of pain either.
They're probably hitting the correct spots for the least amount.
It didn't
of
geese me
pain.
out too much watching them work.
And honestly, they
It's definitely something I'm not like wanting to go through. That's for damn sure. I'm just saying. That's some endurance shit, bro. I ain't in that.
And you can see the marks on their body of how many times they've done this before.
Yep.
Too, which is
It's a testament to their wanting better for others.
But yeah, you can see how intricate where they are with the dangerous part of the process. They'll feel
They're
it
very
out.
careful. Very careful.
Even on the smaller parts of just the arms, they'll still feel it out. Make sure the hooks go where they need.
No veins or anything's in the way. Yeah, they're very professional about their piercing. Very. I was actually set aside and pretty amazed. Actually, it was wow.
Got
It
gloves
broke out
in
the
the
kits
center.
and everything. I was like, oh shit.
Like, oh, they're really fucking ready.
Okay.
They're not just gonna.
That's
fucking
cool.
Just to hurt. They're just making sure everyone's all right in the end.
You just want a little bit of skin. Honestly, how much skin have I lost over time? It's not too much to ask. I thought it was pretty brutal the way they take it.
The way they do it.
Whoa.
But quick.
That's definitely a conscious decision
It's quick.
to give that of yourself for a cause.
I will say, I think the guy that was hanging from his back, like, kind of fainted after the second one.
Oh, yeah, wow.
And came back, though. He did come back before the thing was over, though.
Seriously, keep your voice down because it's still a prayer today. Please. It's nice you're excited and learning things, but yeah, keep it quiet. Keep that in mind. Well, look, I saw the dads having to remind their children of that all day yesterday.
Chico.
I'm just returning the favor.
Chico. Little.
It pretty neat. So Bryce is supposed to get out of the woods today. The hospital. And I asked him for a plan from him. Determine what we're going to do next. The wind's blowing back at him again today, so I don't know. We'll see what happens. But this goes on until Sunday, I think, and I would like to stay the duration. I mean, it's
Chica.
I don't even know what day it is. I've totally lost track now. It's only Friday. These guys are dedicated to a 4-day prayer. I figure we can stay here as long as they'll tolerate our presence and try to last 4 days. Listen, he wants you to walk him. So does she. I just did walk him like maybe an hour ago. She peed. They want to play, I think. But I kept telling them it's not playtime. There's too many people around for dumb dogs like that. Fucking Kev.
I will say the lines on their clothing did seem interchangeable, except red and blue were always next to each other.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, they could seemingly be anywhere except the green band.
It
Would
was
always
always on
be
the
on the
bottom.
bottom.
Mm-hmm.
The green band seemed to only be on the bottom.
That's Mother's inner son that's representing. I'm sure of that. It's
Ground
yeah,
beneath our feet.
Earth.
The bottom most.
Earth is represented, yes, in the sun dance, as well she should be.
Mhm.
But going into it with a virgin's eyes, man, I'm really glad you see these things. Because I mean, you're paying attention, kid. You're paying attention. It's awesome.
Interesting and intricate dance. And it makes sense. The sons are intricate in their dance as well.
Yes, and it's always one way, and it's
Always harmonized.
mhm.
That's something you can tell in this. It's not always harmonized, but they try. That's just human for you.
Yeah, I really appreciate the fact that they use the sun noise the entire
Mhm.
time they're out acting like sons.
Mm-hmm.
That in itself
That's
is
pretty.
just popped a couple of my brain cells. I was like, oh my god.
Feel pretty.
How in the hell do they have us primitive motherfuckers if forever in time the Lakota Sioux been talking a solar language that we couldn't hear without satellites today? Answer me that. They know it's a language too. They know it's an ancient language, and they're out there tooting their little horns, and they sound like a fucking sun.
And the drum's an
And they're doing a
interesting choice,
sun
too.
dance. You tell me, and the drum with the 3 different sets of fucking drummers sitting beating on the same drum, and all the symbolism and everything says Brooklyn Current. They knew about the braid running through space that all the suns ride on. Of course, if they did, they would include that, wouldn't they? Because that's everything's sun. They also know that these suns are literal souls, and they're set up in a induction furnace sort of way, not a nuclear explosion, mysterious glob that you can't interact with. No, that's nothing like that. Jamie knew that. He you think he interacting with our creator sun for no reason? That's what I call science just catching up to your ass. They're dragging stuff attached to them, yes.
The one guy is going through the whole ceremony, attached to the pole pretty much all day. He'll sit in the sun while everybody's in the shade. I mean, like, he's attached to
Yeah.
the pole, dude.
He just goes to the shadow of the tree.
Mhm.
He's attached. Oh, you wanted to fast with me. See, I missed that part. You know what?
It just started out that way. I didn't get to eat yesterday because of I left somebody's front yard before I got in a fight with them. Like a pretentious bastard white boy. I acted like a respectful guest and decided that it was too much rent to fucking stay there. And we moved on this way. The funny thing is, we got the wind pointing it right at our back all the way here. And then when we got here, there was no food store. And I had to do all kinds of stuff. And then we were here, and I didn't feel like leaving once I had been greeted at the door and said, I'm not a tourist. I want to sit, and I intend to be here for the whole 4 days and pray with you folks. And I didn't feel like leaving, so, and then I didn't eat. So I made the conscious decision because I did come back. And I was like, yeah, I'm going back. I laid down for a minute, and I went back. I hadn't eaten anything. I drank a little bit. We went and got some water because we were out of water, and then I came back without eating and went back. So that's kind of how that happened. It wasn't something I had actually made my mind up to do
It just happened.
until about halfway through it, and I was like, man, I'm really fucking hungry. But these poor people. So that's what motivated me. Sorry. I don't think I'm ever going to fast again, bro. But I went a full 24 hours without a bite to eat. And it didn't do my body much good.
I did survive.
I did survive.
I will say the choice of the drum is also pretty fun because it's not an interesting instrument you really think about in the whole entire thing, but it's that thing that provides that very resonant boom.
Honestly, the only reason I kept going and fucking starved myself was because they were on day 4. I was like, yeah, so if they can do it and with hooks in their bodies and dancing around when I can just sit here and feel dizzy and ill for a few minutes and I'll be good. And then the cramps started setting in and I was like, and then I had the thought, man, this is ridiculous. But I'm going to keep going. It's just a little bit of pain. I'm sure I saw Homeboy retching. Homeboy was retching. There's a couple of them retching. Almost fell out and stuff, but they kept going. I was like, well, I can sit here and I can do that. But it did. It caused some severe cramping. I had problems walking home. I was so hungry. But I got through it. I lived. I ain't never doing it again. If I can help it. I was right. Fasting ain't for my body type. It's just I saw some young men that had I'm sure they went through hunger pains, but I wasn't afraid for them.
Flags are definitely a beautiful representation of the cosmic tale because
Doing themselves harm.
it uses the wind just to represent it.
Some of these boys are well fed. They can afford it a couple of days. All I got to say, I was like, I don't know how they do it, especially out in the sun and hot like that. And some of these boys are big.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, formidable men. I'm like, dude.
Considering
And
how
they
their
keep going.
scars
They keep
formed,
going.
I can only assume they do it like they bulk up
for that dance, and others.
You think?
I'm.
You see the
I
old
feel-
old guy out there? How big he is? He's out there.
There's
how
a
big
couple
scar-
of them, and I'm
he
looking
ain't
at their
nobody scar-
scars. They look stretched and they look deformed, and I'm thinking that kind of feels like they're bulking up and then losing weight from these dances, and then bulking up again so they can keep doing these
doing it.
dances.
Yeah, it seems like it. Like, I don't know. You'd have to ask them. Although I wouldn't.
I'm just saying,
I know.
just from the scarring,
No,
it looks like that.
If I was them, I'd get ready for it too. I mean, they do too. They sit in the sweat and they have a preparation, 4 days of fasting and everything before this thing even begins. You're getting ready. You got it. You're not wrong. Man called a horse. I haven't seen that one in decades either.
The lyrics, the actual vocals.
And any show I saw on TV, I don't think accentuated the whole hooks ripping out of somebody, or I just didn't remember that part when I was a kid. Like I said, I didn't even go back and watch any of the movies or look it up at all. Because you know I usually research stuff, but I like these stuff first. And then backtrack and see what they say, what they tell white people. Not always what I see.
Hi, Christy. How you doing? Sabina
Wallace. Pretty sure I've addressed that lady recently. What topic? Refresh my memory because I think it was a bunch of bullshit. But I can't remember what it was because everybody talks so much fucking bullshit. So, yeah, refresh me. What's Sabina talking about? You want to know my opinion on it?
Of course she is.
Body Areas Network, oh, yeah. Magnet. Keep it simple.
And when they all raised their hands, I definitely felt that energy spike too.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
You're talking to the sun, man.
I guess in this case, sons though. All three are here.
True.
Stop!
True.
But yeah, when you close your eye, you can just feel that wave crash down as they fucking raise their hands all for that.
Take your dog, man. They missed you. Terribly.
I've seen that, Christy.
Epic fires this year. Even a little more than last year. Even more than last year. Chico. I'm going to go ahead and walk him. Because I took them out, like, right after taking them out. I should probably divvy up their food, too. You don't get none, though. You've got your own food. You got your own food, Chico.
Get a bag.
Yeah.
Got a bag. I got my bag in my other pocket, in my other pants. Tell him to go. Tell him how easy it was.
You can leave that door open.
No.
Come here. Chico's playing the drums too. Crazy little fucker. Chico says he's had enough of the sun today. Look at him. Okay. Dangerous for you, Chico. Dangerous. Apex prey. Falling victim to the sun. Oh. She's falling victim to plant food, Chico. All right, Chico.
What's he doing? shoe. Sugar.
Which one do you want? Here. You put yours down first. There you go.
You don't get shit, Cheeto. You got food.
You got food, Chico.
You got food.
You got all the food in the world.
Just ate food.
Sugar just ate food. All the rest of the shit was on the ground. Look at her, she's eating it like someone's coming to steal it. You got tuna in it too.
Mm.
You know, she's like, oh my god. I know, look at her. Kip is too, of course.
More politely.
Chico's very pissed.
Pissed. What the fuck is mine?
There you go, Chico. Look, he's fucking gang swallowing that shit. He's got turkey neck going on. Fucking dog. Sure you want to change into some shorts?
I'm debating whether I should go back or not. Because I don't want to fucking cook myself. I'm also thinking about the trinkets and stuff. Like the bands they the bands they had on their feet too. All color coded.
You go to cook. You're already doing better than I am. You had something to eat. You have some drink. Go watch the rest of it. If you don't want to, you will. But I'll see the next 2 days. Today's you. You get to do this till the end because it is different all the way up. You're going to do different things. I should. Let me explain something to you. You just had more food than I had yesterday and today. You don't need any chips.
You don't get shit.
I know dogs like you. You would eat until you puke. And how do I know this? Because you do it often.
All the fucking
All the fucking time.
God damn it, sure.
You just supposed to be over here and happy with what you got. You just had a fuck ton of fucking rice, more so than Kip. I gave Kip a reasonable amount. I gave you a reasonable amount and a half. Alright? And a half. Specifically, so it would take you a little bit more time than a reasonable amount to eat. Because Kip is still working on his reasonable amount. Chico. Oh, nope. You're not doing that one.
Chico's barking at Kevin. So is his bowl empty?
Yeah.
I didn't want her bullying her way over to his dinner. A lot, that ain't even their dinner. There's a bunch still left in there. I cooked a bunch of rice. This fucking crazy dog lined up around my back trying to get Kiss fucking food. He said, I need to go help Kiff. Oh, shit.
Feather crowns.
Yep, I am. I'm back. How you doing? Was that Pauline?
Don't get me started. Here's that Paul. I'm sorry. I got very bad eyes and a very tiny screen. You can ask Jamie. He's looked at my screen. He's like, fuck, dude, I can hardly read that. So, it ain't just my eyes. It's this screen. It's tiny. Tiny.
They're little feather crowns too.
Yeah, I have no idea what those are yet. Unless they're the polarities of the sun.
I'm gonna say I'm pretty sure they're like
The-
of the magnetic wings of the sun.
Okay, polarity.
I'm pretty sure.
Never mind. I guess we're seeing the same thing.
I'm pretty sure they're quite literally trying to embody the sun in their little ritual here. So I'm pretty sure every aspect of them is going to represent a part of the sun.
Including the little CME that
And of
go out
course, it makes sense they'd use
at people.
it makes sense they'd use fucking bird feathers because not every bird feather's the same. Just like not every magnet field's the same.
Where's my glasses? I sold them all. They're all gone. Get yourself into some shorts.
I don't have shorts. I don't. They're all dirty.
Draw one of my pair of sweats and make them shorts. Go.
No. I can make these shorts. No. It's fine. I'm not that hot. I'm in the shade.
Say it how you say it and make me believe it.
I'm not that hot.
I know. People are over there in heavy dresses and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But it is shaded.
However, you had the morning
Shift of shade. My morning wasn't shaded. The afternoon doesn't look well. I gotta tell you, you got a lot more shade than I did yesterday too. Still, all right. Well,
Cloud shade and what they got
see,
over
because
there.
I mean, my body, of course, I've been out and about. I don't get the sunburn there, but my feet got sunburned.
Oh yeah, I've already heard.
Thank you for letting me know. He has issues. It isn't anything about doom and gloom over here. It's about, we live in a multiple sun system, and you got a magnet, Earth's got a magnet. If you can't embrace how amazing our Creator is, then it might be doom for you. But we got the tool in our chest as stewards to protect all life, as far as what I could tell in physics. I got a thumbprint. You got one? You're in the club.
Not thinking about it. I do also find it interesting how those wings they have seem to be optional, too.
That's what I said. I think some of them were CMEs, representing CMEs, blowing at the planets, maybe. We're the planets, or the empty chairs, or whatever. Yeah, I'm seeing maybe that, because they're pointing them at things.
I'm just noticing not everyone has them, though.
No,
Everyone has their little feather crowns.
Everyone's a
and their
little different aspect of.
feet bands, but everything's a different color, different
Mm-hmm.
shadings. Some of them are similar, but
Yeah.
there's differences.
They're describing different aspects of the different suns. I hadn't put all of them together yet because I was.
There's fuck tons of them.
There's a lot, yeah, woo. But that's why I think there's.
It's like I'm seeing
three-
magnetic signatures throughout how they tie their bands in their patterns. It's just like,
Yes.
juicy with information.
Yeah, with information. The tradition holds wisdom. It really does. And I'm really happy to hear you are seeing it. Go feel it a little bit.
No.
They want the same thing we do. Hang on. Love you.
Love you too.
Feel free to come back between each and every set if you want. You don't have to cook. You can take a break. I did. I took an hour or so break, didn't I? Well, love you. You're a young man. You can handle this. He's like, it's kind of hot and I don't want to cook. I'm like, yeah. Go out there and cook. Just a little bit. You should see his eyes. He's definitely learned stuff today. Experienced some things, and he's got a lot of information. Just watching, observing, paying attention. It's good shit.
Trinary.
Red, blue, and yellow. Currently white. Raw mapped on my post section. It's like 15 minutes. We'll be here. Go check it out, dude. Tell me what you think. Prove me wrong. That's all I got. I mean, there's a few videos over there I would like somebody to tell me where I'm wrong on. So far, it's just I'm a demonic, fucking delusional, Satan worshiping fucking planet freak. No, we weren't drawing gods to be worshipped in Egypt. They're planets and suns, and it's physics and the way we work in that system. Whew, it isn't worship. We don't worship Earth. We don't worship the sun, but I give honor and praise to the sun because it does create the life here through the Creator on the Birkeland current running through space. It's three energies. It's your real trinary, and it's fucking real. It's real. It's tangible. 1748 hertz in every atom. Boom, bam. There's your omnipresence. Instantaneous reaction at a distance to every atom, too. Imagine that, because they're all magnetic, including your heart. That's where your magnet is. You think that sac right here that contains your emotions and your memories is coincidentally around your soul? That's your interface between your soul and your biology is what that is. And that's why somebody would want to attack that, don't you think? I was warning about that a long time before it happened. Somebody was poo-pooing me, making videos about how silly I was to even mention such things. That's not at all the mark of the beast. Yeah, the fuck it is. Food shortages, standing around in cornfields talking about, oh, my corn's great. I'm like, okay. Cows are at an 80-year low, but I didn't see it happening. Lee didn't see it happening. It's just something that happened right now because of drought. I was like, oh, God, here we go. Chico, you and I'll fight. Stop. Chico. Seriously. You're done. Nope. Get over here. Nope. Get over here. Get over there. You ain't instigating. We went over that earlier. You just can stop all that. You need to stop being as dumb as your
disabilities allow. Yes, you. It's my thing, and it's down so you can't do that, or you'll break it. So flush you out, man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's a good boy. You guys got water. You just ate. You should probably take a nap. You just pooped. You too, motherfucker. Hey! Look at this guy.
He's just one track mind.
Yeah, also, I don't monetize this channel. I say fuck a lot. I kind of like the word. It's better than money. And also, you can't tell me I'm trying to clickbait you. I'm offering you information. My name's Eric Sebastian Briggs. I was Senator Jim Davis's top investigator for several years. I authored the Davis Hemp Bill in 2014. It passed 42-2, well beyond the 60%. Went right into the Farm Bill, North Carolina, 14-15. Forced fucking Trump to sign it into law, into the Farm Bill. I stood down shortly after because of a plan to kill you. I had told Davis that when I was driving the USS Texas, my moon would rise wax and set wax. Now it's kind of like a grin and sets like a frown. Or like tonight, today, right now it's in the sky. It's probably about like that because it rose like a frown. Now it's going to look like that. And then as it goes up, it's going to look like a grin on the fucking western horizon tonight when it sets. Rolling like a clock with the galactic plane. I had pointed out by a very wise friend of mine one night when we were out there watching the stars. I was watching the moon. I said in the morning, I was like, did you see the moon? He said, yeah, my galactic plane's pointing out in the wrong direction. I was like, oh, that too. The whole damn, yeah, it's us. We tilted. Because we have a sun that grabbed us, and then the sun on this side, and they're coming in to sing a chord that's going to be struck. Now, if you're not in the right frequency, what do you think a massive fucking blast from 3 sun chord is going to do to you during a hypernova? You're going to the atomic level if you don't agree with that frequency. It will fucking remove you. That's your big reset in the voice of God. Prove me wrong. That's simple. Do I need proof? We got 3 suns. I think that's proof enough. You're fixing to find out. So am I. That's my theory. Now, as far as the blast goes, we know planet Earth can't survive a nova blast. What the fuck are we going to do? Well, we're stewards and protectors of all life, and the meek will inherit Earth. But here's the thing, you can't fake meek. You can't synthesize meek. You got to understand the Creator is fucking amazing. There is a forest of creation out there. You got to understand your mother is Earth, and there is a actual burning sun inside of her, of life. And we've got to work with models right there. In time, all truths will come true. And it shows you why there's a big egg-shaped void inside of her, why we live on the cosmic egg like we were depicting originally, because it's a real working model of Earth. She is an egg, and her life force is deep inside of her. It's not a molten core of mystery, and it's a safe zone in her womb where we go to when this is happening. And here's the beautiful thing. There's 7 cities in there. Yeah, those ones of gold that everybody keeps looking for up here, they don't exist up here. They exist inside her in a hallback fashion. So, you know what a hallback is? You have a magnet stronger on one side than the other, kind of like the shock already. So it's not such a big thing for us to go down there and do in a fucking city of gold with our fucking meekness. Understanding our position as bound to Earth. We're her children. The children of creation, our father, our mother, the child. What else is there in nature?
You got a fucking amorphous fucking blob sometimes, but everything in fucking cognitive fucking life has a mother, a father, and a child. From the plant to the fucking animal to the fucking planet to the fucking solar system to the fucking galactic, just as fucking small as big. Those suns birth planets. Sometimes planets birth moons that turn out to be suns. You ever seen the scarab with the opposing field holding that moon that's red? That's her son Horus. Horus, of course, is the red sun, destroyer for good. He's destined to grow big like his father someday, and bright and brilliant, which I believe is going to be this passing where the red sun blasts himself into a fucking UV sun. I don't know. We'll see what that looks like. Regardless, Mother's going to need extra shields. Where is she going to get them? Each and every magnet on her adds to her strength. That's why we're here. So, without us, Earth actually is vapor. So Earth does need us. She needs us to stop doing what we're doing and do what we're created to do. And people like Lee want to put all that in Jeebus's hands. I don't give a fuck what happens when you leave here. If you need a lawyer to go talk to your father, you've been a bad person. I'm not going to judge you, but I'd hate to go back home with a lawyer. Just saying. Own it. Here, you got a job. In physics, it makes perfect sense with what we've been mapped out to have. I'm like, okay. And I saw it on a wall that I suspect a friend of mine drew centuries ago. It was too easy to read. It was drawn out in physics, and it was amazing and beautiful. That is raw mapped on my post section. And that's where we're at, like it or not. You better learn something, because then it becomes like, oh yeah, fuck. I not only like it, I'm like, pro, let's do this. And nothing but this until it's done. So, hi, welcome to the channel.
Oh, there you go.
But you know what I love is he sends people to look at my content, and I will send them to my post section. People can see truth. And if there's a debate, is the moon doing a cartwheel? Is the moon not doing a cartwheel? What would the common sense person, not even a brilliant, amazing Einstein, but what would somebody that has a little bit of common sense do before you decide who's a liar? I would locate my east horizon and moonrise, because that's a very easy thing to do, and watch. Today the damn thing rises like that, and it rotates like that to set like a grin on the west horizon. You can do this either by standing and looking, or laying down in a lounge chair like Lee says you have to, or you could even lay flat on the ground like he does. But you actually have to look at the real moon at the right time, and then you see it on the horizon as a frown. But if you miss it, it's literally going to stand up most of the night and then keep rolling into a grin by the time it hits the western horizon. And it's following the sun today pretty close. But yesterday it was closer, so you'll be able to see it today. It's probably much already in the air, the moon. It's rotating 180 degrees. It's a wax or a wing. So if you have actual eyeballs and you can locate a horizon you can view standing on your head. Relative to the horizon, that fucking thing's gonna look like a frown at rise. And relative to the horizon at set tonight, it will look like a grin. It should not do that. Lee's just going to literally tell you you're looking at it wrong. Don't believe your eyes. He's made the videos, several of them, telling you that. He literally has a video with him laying on his back with moon cutouts hanging on wires. Boop, 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 boop. Exactly the way he wants the moon to look, not what the moon's doing. So, if you take and print out a picture of the moon and lay down in your living room and post those things up, no, you don't have to go outside and look. Please don't. I'd rather you think the moon's not on cartwheels. We don't need that kind of gene in the pool next time. For fuck's sake. Is it me, or every time I turn around and start talking, that dog sticks his nose in that thing? That turn around, he lets go of it.
Motherfucker. Uh, John Satan's delusion.
No. Did you see where he got that? We do have a shirt. It's an official shirt now. I think I posted it on the channel, but she's actually got the shirt. She was wearing it the other day and put it on their channel. I was like, holy shit, dude. That's pretty cool. It looks better than the pictures of the design. Like, I mean, you know, she gives form to the t-shirt, and the t-shirt, it looks better printed than on graphics. I was like, well, that's really cool. Thank you. It's fucking amazing and done awesome. I really like it. Can't wait to get it. I guess he's getting good cool breeze that way. I thought he was tripping because of Seamus, but he's just getting a cool breeze. Fucking poor Kiff. He's got more fuzz than he needs. He threatened to shave him bald. That wouldn't do any good. I don't think it'd grow back right. He's got one of those. I think he's one of those dogs. Terrier Dalmatian mix. I just I would hate to have his hair. Personally, it's really light. And, well, you know what his hair is like. It's got to be insulated and hot right about now. As long as he ain't tearing that shit up, I'll let him sit there in the breeze. It's a nice breeze today. Poor Seamus acted like he was gonna cook. He's like, I don't want to cook. I'm like, pussy, get up here. Man, I didn't say that. I was thinking it at a couple points. Like, hey, get your ass out there. You go. You put your some shorts on. Shit. Your old man made it yesterday without eating anything. But yeah, afterwards I read up a little bit on it, and some of it honestly looked to me like stuff y'all motherfuckers tell white boys. They come around asking too many questions to me. I was like, yeah, it's not the symbolism I was getting out of it, but okay. So, some of it was like explanatory, of course, pretty straightforward. What their sacrifice is and that and all that, and the 4 day prayer and the seriousness they take in it. And they didn't mention anything about the language thing with the whistle in the documentaries I was looking at, although they did mention they have whistles. Um, so obviously they've retained some of their traditions, and you know how I feel about that. I think it's pretty damn exciting. I like seeing stuff that is handed down like that, and tell you what, grade A, because he's seeing a lot of the same stuff, and somebody's held that pretty tight, because it makes sense what we're watching. It makes sense, and that's when you can tell tradition. If you have a clue what's going on, I didn't. I knew there were hooks involved, and that's all I had going into it yesterday, and all he had going into it today. So there is a lot of stuff that their traditions is holding a lot of wisdom and a lot of sacred knowledge and shit. It's pretty cool, man. Yeah, I agree. Uh, I, I know I climbed a couple of hills with you to go check it out myself, you popped my brain. That's of course the first, and I was praising you yesterday for doing this for me and introducing me to the wisdom that is held in tradition and the importance of it is incredible. And without your guidance, I wouldn't be sitting here understanding what I'm looking at today as clearly. I don't think I might not even be looking for it. I'd be like, what the hell are they doing? I get exactly what they're doing. So does Seamus. Right down to the Berkeley current, dude. The Berkeley, it's a 3 sets of drummers beating on the same drum, and everybody rolls to that, and they're all sons. They're riding on it and whistling. I'm like, holy shit. Wait till Seamus sees this. It's a physics display, if you understand. And I could see people back in the day, dumb white people, coming across this and being really freaked out. They don't understand much, you know, of this. We come from a culture that's none of that is known to us, and it couldn't be allowed even through your traditions, and it had to be demonized to keep us as ignorant as we were of it. And the direct physics of all your knowledge and everything you held in your traditions, that's why they kept them from you until 78, hoping you'd just fucking forget. accept Jesus. And I'm very happy to say that not everybody did. Fucking very valuable to your people and everybody.
Oh yeah, I'm sitting here. My nipples are hard listening to him describe all this stuff that I didn't get to tell him because I wanted him to go in and look at it with virgin eyes. And then he comes back. His eyes. Did you see the look on his face? His eyes was all big. He's all, wow, this makes sense. I'm like, it does. And then he started describing the little things that all tie into this. Chico, stop. He's seeing ladies over there dancing. What the fuck is wrong with you? There's a whole bucket of water right there. You're drooling on me now. And coughing at me. You've had lunch. Why don't you get something to drink? You've been hot. Get something to drink. No? Okay. Don't. Gifford. Yeah, in ways that I'd never imagined, that are recognizable, and science is just catching up to. Y'all heard it here live. He came back. We didn't even confer on this shit. He come back describing the same things I was picking up on. It's meaning and symbolism. And if you know what the symbolism means, of course you're gonna think, oh wow. And yeah, the whole damn day was like that yesterday. I'm telling you, I had goosebumps and was feeling it. And you could tell he is. His eyes are so wide today. It's like he woke up and can't go back to Seamus. Like he was like this the whole time he's sitting here. Found it odd. Never seen his eyes so wide in my life. In my life, I've never seen his eyes so wide in my life. I've never seen his eyes so wide, and they stayed that way the entire time he was here. He needed to go back. Finish watching this shit. Holy cow. Yeah, you can see it in his face. He's like wide-eyed, completely wide-eyed. I've never seen him wide-eyed before in my life. And he's excited wide-eyed. He's very excited because he's picking up these things. And I'm excited for him. I'm excited and happy. I'm proud of him to see these things because, you know, he's been paying attention. He picks it up. He's like, holy shit. It's kind of what I was hoping for today. For his eyes to be opened a little bit. He doesn't get to get out and interact as much as I do, you know. And when he does shit like this. It just tickles me. I'm like, all right, good, good. Because I knew he was met at the door and asked and grilled when he got up there, and he's been doing good. Because they let him back in again. They're probably all talking about, did you see that boy? His eyes are stuck. Oh, damn. Hi, Linda.
He is. He is. It's like he doesn't want to say anything as long as I'm around. He's like, "You're Mr. Technical." I'm like, "Well, you're pretty damn good at explaining this shit too." And he does. He explains it differently. I'm glad he's respectful when he's not around me. I would know real quick like today. I think we all know that. I'm glad he's a respectable young man. He's a respectful young man because he can do this. Yeah. It's a good day. It is a good day. I'm happy to be here too. I would like to go to Bryce's. He's talking about putting down a buffalo. And he wants us to go. I had told him I got $109. Me and Shane's gonna be out of food. I said we got to find another solution than me working at the powwow because after this week, I don't trust my tools being out because one of my tools is worth well more than the culmination of all the food that is missing out of my house all of a sudden that I know Seamus doesn't eat. He doesn't eat my oatmeal. He doesn't eat my fucking round crackers. He does all that shit. I was empty boxes. I'm like, man, somebody been pocketing shit while they're over here, and I'm trusting them to be grabbing a cookie and shit. It just it all hit me yesterday. So we're out of there. It was a very pressured situation. I was like, here, take it. We gotta go. And I said, that's it. That's all I got to give. I can't give no more. It hurt, and I gave till it hurts, and we're out. So anyway, I'm not going back there and setting out my tools. And I made that clear. So I got a couple options. Hour and a half east of here, southeast, on the way to Oklahoma. There are, in each and every one of these little fucking towns, 2 cannabis clubs and 3 head shops, all the way into fucking Nebraska and fucking all the way into Destination Zero. Or we're gonna have to find a work solution over here. So I'm thinking he's probably got a spot for me. I haven't talked to him. I just laid out a whole bunch of stuff yesterday. I haven't heard from him, so I don't know. But I'm gonna be like, so do you have a place where I can work other than the powwow? Because that's all I need.
Or we're going to have to go where I can. And I can't promise I'm coming back an hour and a half.
I mean, it ain't my fault that I had a little bit of money. I didn't know he was going into the fucking hospital for 2 weeks, or we could have gone off and done all kinds of shit and made a bunch of money and come back by now. Glad I didn't. I ain't, I'm not trying to say regret. I'm just saying it could have been different, but it's not. So we're here now. So I let him know where I'm at with it. I said, look, man, to be honest, I kind of lost respect for some people back there, and I'm not trusting my tools out with them in the region. I'd find something better to do because I need to work. I said, no way, shape, or form do I want compensation from you or the tribe. I have rules, and that is one of them. That's we're not to take money from people we're helping. That's not why we're here, and I don't want it to ever be mistaken of that. So I'm here to help you with what's in my wheelhouse, and this is what I can offer you. And that's all I got. I don't need money. It just needs to get done. And one thing I've learned over 4 years is not to worry about it. I'm going to let you know, though, where we're at. That way we can get a definitive something out of you. That way I know what I have to do to make this happen. That's basically what I told him yesterday. And then I intend to later tonight be like, look, man, you got somewhere I can fucking set up my RV and work? I don't even need electric. I just need people not to be around and maybe over some dirt. I don't catch a field on fire. Because I'm sitting on a field right now that would burn to Kansas if I blew glass here. Real windy and shit, you know what I mean? Oh, not here. Nowhere near here. I see no dirt. It's all compressed field and dried grass. So that's out of the question here, for sure. So I'm seeing east where you're going to have somewhere for me to blow. And that's all I'm going to ask of you or the tribe, that I would have somewhere to blow, set up my generator. And because they have a club. He bought what little pipes I have. It got us here. Water and stuff when we got here. A little bit of food. And fucking, it wasn't much. Fucking, I had only blown 600 pounds. So I made like $60 worth of fucking shit. And that's about it. But he wants rigs and stuff. So if I go back there and make some rigs, that's enough money for, again, food and a little bit of gas to get us out to the east over here and make some more money. That's doable. So I could do that for sure, because I've got a whole tank of oxygen and propane, case of glass. Even if I don't sell it here, I'll get an hour and a half east of here to sell this shit. You know what I mean? It's in the bank. It always is in the bank when I have it in. It's like we left New Mexico. I didn't sell a damn thing to Gene because he'd already been stocked up. I carried all that glass up to Goodfellas, and they bought it for a lot more than Gene would have. I gave them a good deal, and they were real happy with it, and so was I. And then we worked for a few days in their parking lot. And then we went to Anna's, and then we came here. So when we leave here, things will continue the same way. I'm sure, all the way down to the next tribe that we're supposed to be trying to knock on their door and be like, hey, remember when I told you X, Y, and Z? Now look at X, Y, and Z, and we're ready to address this now, because I know that's what's going on here. He asked us to help, and we're still here. So.
Yeah, see? Uh-huh. That's exactly where I don't want to be in the headlines for.
Not, no. Yes. Ta-da! No. Everything's already burning right now. I don't need to set Kansas on fire from South Dakota. It sure would. It sure would. If I tried to blow glass here, boy, yeah, not good. No, it's going to have to be on a dirt spot. The powwow grounds was great, but there's an element there that I all of a sudden don't really trust. I don't have any animosity towards, but bro, it's, feeling secure there with my tools out because I was missing a bunch of food that I shouldn't have been. And I was pressured for my weed a lot harder than I should have ever been. And I mean, you know me, I will fucking give you a joint till the cows come home. Don't act like you got it coming. Don't start grabbing my shit. Don't fucking just act like I owe you something. And if I don't owe you something, pressure me until I do. Then it's like, dude. Anyway, I'm glad I didn't trust anybody because nobody knew what I had, and he thought that was the last bit of what I had. And I kept telling him, it's got to last me till 28th at least, man. I'm here for your uncle. I'm trying to help your tribe. I said, why don't we could smoke. But I mean, every time, I already told you yesterday, I can't be giving you a bunch of weed. So I got $10. I'm like, dude, I'm going to be sitting here for a couple weeks. Because already at this point, I'm realizing this is somebody I can't trust. By yesterday, and it came to that. And I'm in his front yard. So we left. And I don't want to go back. So there's that. It's my fault. And I ended it. So yeah, that's how I feel about that. I don't want to go back to his front yard. It's awkward. Although it's not his front yard. I mean, it's his front yard way more than it's my front yard. It's the community's front yard. And most of them were really cool with me, gracious and happy, and wanted to talk and hang out. They didn't even want my weed. You know what I mean? Most people were being people, but I tried to help a guy. And I'll tell you this much: throughout the week, he didn't drink, and he had been drunk when we met, and he has a habit of being drunk, I guess. So I mean, at least that good came out of it. But yeah, there was some stuff I didn't like. Anyway. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I've been looking at my market. Ain't much around in Eagle Butte, but I found some. And he liked what I had. He wants more. But I don't want to work where I was working because of that. It's not my yard. And if I can't trust my fucking crackers out, I can't trust my $40 individual tools laying out by the 100. Like, I can't keep an eye on everything at once. Obviously, I'm sitting here telling him he can have cookies and thinking he's going to take a cookie, and then next thing I know, I'm wanting soup and there ain't no crackers in a brand new box that's empty. And I'm like, Seamus, he's like, no, man, I ain't been eating crackers. I guess he took more than, and I was like, and then he got looking, he was like, damn, he took all your oatmeal too. There's a brand new box of the fruity oatmeals. They're gone. I had like 3 left in there. And I know I cooked him one because he was hungry one morning. And I was having oatmeal, so I made him a bowl of oatmeal. You know, I'm always willing to feed somebody. But not if you're going to take the rest of it. That it just crossed the line with me, I was like, I gotta go, because this isn't my yard. I can't kick you out of my house. That's just the feeling I had. So that's why we ended up here yesterday in such a fucking rush.
I was a little bit upset and left.
I, I've heard that. Someone from Minnesota, I think, as a matter of fact, if I recall correctly. Interesting world out there, isn't it, Jamie? These people we keep running into. There's good people everywhere. And then there's dickheads everywhere, too. That's something that all cultures, I think, share. So far, I've seen an even amount of sharing of dickheads and nice people in all cultures that I can think of. Right off the top of my head. So that's and you run into people that will hate a fucking whole race because of something like I'm watching this lady. It, it, so he's half native and he's a half black farmer, and he does this thing. On YouTube, and he's funny as hell. I don't know. You've probably seen him. Seamus has seen him before I did. I ran into him thinking I was finding something new, and he's like, "Oh, I love that guy." I'm like, he eats chickens and shit. But anyways, um, so this lady comes on. She's all like, "I have Muslim neighbors." And I'm thinking about, is it Islamophobic to actually buy me a pig? And he's like, and does a slow smile as the video's paused. He's like, "Oh, please do." Go on. And he's trying to talk her into buying pigs because he's pig farming is the worst thing. He says it could happen to humanity as far as trying to be a farmer. He's been one. He does chickens and cows now. He's like, fuck the pigs, basically. He's like, "Lady, get you a pig." But she's like, she's like, "I know throwing bacon on their yard would be Islamophobic, but how about getting a pig? It's on my yard." And in the end, though, she's all like, "I think I'll throw the bacon over anyway." I'm like, so she hates all Muslims because of something her neighbor did, and just because they're a Muslim or something. And she seems like an absolute carrot, anyways. So she probably hates everybody. But that's insane. That's what I'm trying to say. It's insane. Insane. And a lot of people are like that everywhere you go. But yeah, I was like, what the fuck is wrong with people? It's how they keep us down. It was hard to watch shit like that. He was making fun of her, so it kind of made it funny. But looking at her and how you can see the energy of somebody, man, that bitch was so vile. I'm like, you're scary. She's scary with that kind of mindset, man. To me, that's scary. I'm fearful of humans like that. It's like, damn, that's what are you gonna fucking do next and justify it? Just like Lee, kill a motherfucker and justify it because Jesus told him to or some shit. It's like there's people everywhere like that, and then there's nice people. I say I'm hoping that the correct frequency is somewhere in the nice range because I'd hate to see them dickheads be passed through. It's like now all we got is hate and division, so I don't think that's the way we're going. No divisive hate. Understanding, I understand how they can be misdirected, understanding misdirection because I've been misdirected all my life. I was patriotic and thinking I was going to help fix the system that I had been fighting all my life from the inside. discovered, of course, after a few short years, that it's actually designed with our demise as the center of its apex of achievement. How are you going to fix a system designed like that? You're not. You're going to get out of it and let every other human being in the world know what's going on. And that's all I could do. I'm sure every one of you motherfuckers would have probably done the same thing. And again, I mean, I'm, sitting here today. I do have to say that, in hindsight, of course, it's terrible that they went through with this whole fuck nut scenario that we've lived through up until this point. I'm pretty glad, though, on one end of it, they didn't change what they were going to do. So I was right the whole fucking time. I didn't look like a fool. Afraid I was going to if they had changed their script or some shit. But that never happened because they didn't change the script. It is, again, that's not prophecy. That's fucking them telling me very detailed what was happening. I was telling everybody very detailed what was going to come. And it happened. All of that. All of it happened. Except for the last thing I've been told. And that's Damascus gets bombed. And that's when I was supposed to last minute rush him if I hadn't already got the announcement. That was why I was told that. It was like, and then we're getting it. I was like, well, okay. I still don't want the goddamn thing. So, anyway, here we are. I'm glad I didn't take it because if I had, I'd be buried with him, scared and without any knowledge of what the fuck we are. And I'm glad I didn't choose that. I know I had the free will to do it. I had a good coach. Mom was sending me pictures of what it was going to look like. I have no questions where that came from. I have no questions this was going to look like. Fucking lights are going to be flashing on and off. They're going to be shaking. The walls are going to be cracking. There's going to be boiling water coming in and people climbing over each other to get out a locked door. I was like, no. I'd rather take my chances up there. At least I'll see the sun. The last thing I see, I would like to be this guy. Not that. To me, that's a fitting end to people who would sell out humanity for a hole in the ground. It's very fitting. It wasn't looking like it was going to be quick or painless at all. It looked like they were going to be boiled like crabs till their skin came off, climbing each other, trying to get out of that hole. I'm just going to leave it. I don't want to be in on that party. I didn't want to be there then. I got it very vivid to this day. I can close my eyes and still see them. I have no doubt that's what's going to happen.
Hanging vigorous.
Yeah, it's a little standoffish when you find out I'm a YouTuber. Not to you, though. You're like, let me go knock on this dickhead's door. He's here, is he? Cat, Eric Catfish Briggs, he says. Fuck, dude. with the cop knock, the whole big, I am bold cop knock. Either way we went with that, you knew my name already. I was like, oh, yoink. You could hear the physical impact of the springs in my bunghole at that point in time on the live. I'm certain of it.
You can ask Bears.
I was mad at myself for going back down to see you. I, I was angry at myself so much. I didn't want to go. But I had to because I kept seeing that somebody knocking on my door and it wouldn't go away. It just more and more and more and more. Every time I closed my eyes, I was looking at the shadow at my door. I was like, "Jeez, dude. Okay. And we came. And then the very next day, there you were, freaking me the fuck out. I didn't think that you were the guy that Mom was showing me at first. I thought you was some kind of cop or something. Had both my names, like letting me know that you had my alias too. So before I even opened the door, I might as well even try to fuck around with Mister on the other side. That's what I got the first moment we met. I was like, ooh, well, fuck with this guy over here. He's got both my names. He knows who the fuck I am. Who is this? And it was you. Hi, Jamie. Fucking love you, brother. Fucking amazing.
That did happen, did it not? Did it not? Thank you, Bears. Living witness. I mean, that happened. It did happen.